Hello, everyone. We are here in Road, Atlanta. Checking our feeds.
Yeah, I'm checking.
Morning, everyone. We are in the trailer here in Road, Atlanta today. Super excited to be here and talk live about the race today. So big race for IMSA here. It's the final race of the year. It is also the final IMSA race for Jordan Taylor as a Corvette driver.
Yes.
It's the final race for the C8R in the IMSA series.
In the IMSA series?
In the IMSA series. It is the end of the championship, and we'll talk about that here in a bit. So yeah, we've got a 10-hour race in front of us. We're going to be broadcasting here from the trailer. We're going to have a lot of guests coming on today. Since we're here, it's easy to get a lot of guests on. A lot of people come in and hang out.
There seems to be 4 million people here.
There's a ton of people.
I've never seen this many people at this track. I haven't been here in a few years, but man, it is. They open up the grid, and it took a half hour just to get all the people out there.
Yeah,
it's been packed, and it's the whole front stretch. And if you go on some of our social media platforms, I took some pictures just to show you how jam-packed it was. So it was really good to see all those people there.
Yeah, and they were even here on Thursday. We were at walked around. Yeah. So yeah, so the race starts here at 11:40. If you guys are new to this, we definitely recommend you got the TV going. You get the Corvette in-car going. You've got us up, of course. We've got our awesome timing and scoring screen to the right here. It's going to have all kinds of cool data and the track map and lap times and all this fun stuff. So we're going to have that. And yeah, a lot of guests because we're at the track. It's going to be easy to get people to come in and hang out with us. We're actually sitting in the engineering trailer, which is also where the driver lounge is. So they're always coming and going. Tommy for sure is going to be coming in and hanging out. Doug Feehan's going to be on. Matt Carroll said he'd come on. Gary Pratt is going to come on.
Wow.
And then
big guns today.
yeah, we're not messing around. This is the real deal today. And so Tyler Neff, if you guys remember VIR, the engineer from WEC, he's coming on too. He's going to come on at 2 p.m. Or ish, and he's going to be on for the whole thing. So we can get as nerdy as we want on anything regarding race strategy and all those things. So it's going to be awesome. So really looking forward to that. So I do want to touch on the points deal and championship stuff.
Joe and Charlie, how are you?
Yeah, hey Joe, hey Charlie. So yeah, what's going on with championships and points and all that? So currently for the series championships, the Lexus guys only need to start the race, and they will be able to clinch the championship. It is a little close for second with us, and I believe it's the Mercedes. We'll look into that a little bit more. But there's also what's called the Endurance Cup points in championship. And what the Endurance Cup is that is a series within the series, we'll call it. That's all the endurance races. So it's Daytona, Sebring, Watkins, and Road Atlanta. And it's a little playoff or series for that. We currently are in second in that, 3 points behind the Mercedes. And the Lexus is behind us, 2 points behind us. And what's kind of fun about that series is points are awarded at different stages of each endurance race. So for this race, points are going to be awarded the 4-hour mark, the 8-hour mark, and the 10-hour mark. And you basically get 5 points to win, 4 points for second, 3 points for third, and then everyone else gets 2. So right now we have to make up basically 3 spots on the Mercedes in any of those three states, and we're going to be able to move ahead and hopefully get that championship. So we'll be keeping an eye on that. The guys on the pit stands are really keen to kind of win that. Because we can't win the overall championship, we want to win the Darts Cup championship, and obviously we're super keen to try to win the race. So things have been going pretty good so far this weekend. I think we're pretty content with our speed, given kind of the BOP situation. So that's been honestly pretty pleasant surprise. Indy was very, very rough one for us. Just did not have the pace. There were no adjustments for us between now and then, so it's really cool to see that we have a decent pace that we do. So we qualified third. Qualifying, I don't know if you guys watched that. That was pretty dramatic with the wet track and tons of traffic, but ended up qualifying third. But then there was a penalty that got us up to second. So cars are rolling right now, and I just got word that there's a car off track. So we'll have to.
It's a car off track.
Yeah. So I'll have to see what that's about.
Which track?
Yeah. No, I know. So here's another thing, guys, for this one. There's 52 cars in this race. A ton of cars. And this track is like 2.5 miles. So that's a lot of cars per mile. Traffic is going to be a big thing in this race for sure.
It's a FIA Grade 2 track. I didn't know NASCAR via IMSA Holdings owns the track. I didn't know that. It is Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta is the full name. Michelin. They although they built it a few years ago, they have a brand new tower just coming out of the last turn. It's probably 5 stories plus observation decks. They put a lot of money into that building. It looks really nice. We went to a presentation there on Friday morning or Thursday morning.
Yeah, we can talk about that at some point.
But the track is kept up well. If you haven't been here, there's a ton of elevation, just elevation all over the place. I'm not sure if I have had a chance to walk the corkscrew in California, but this drop coming into the last turn before going down the front stretch, that's the 10. Yeah, it's straight down. Oh yeah, car off, broken wing.
LMP3 car looks like.
Yep.
Oh, into the wall. Nice.
Cold, wet tires.
Nerves. Race day nerves.
Yep. That's kind of smart. So they broke ground in 1969 and opened in September of 1970.
Pretty new. Probably one of their
2.48 miles. So yeah, and it's close to Atlanta. We're still a little ways to get to Atlanta proper, but it's in a very populated area, close to good hotels and restaurants. And actually, this course is probably 4 miles from the main interstate, so good in and out. There's a ton of people here. I'm going to be curious to see how many people they say came over the weekend. I would think at least 80. It's a conservative guess.
Yeah, super pretty. So we just got heard on the radio that car got off the track. They're going to go green here. So we're going green here.
Antonio is starting the car. Obviously, this is an endurance race, so Jordan and then Tommy Milner is our endurance driver for this year. Then he'll switch over to a full-time driver. He'll switch over to a full-time driver next year in the GT3.
Yep. So looks like we're ready to go green. Obviously, I'm sure you guys are watching the telecast too, and you're hearing about the GTP point standings, and that's super close. So in GTP, out of the 5 cars, the Whelen Cadillac, the 10 Acura, the 6 Porsche, the 25 BMW, whoever finishes ahead in that group is going to win. So that's going to be super interesting to kind of follow along also. Yep, so they're all lining up. I think we're going to go green here. Talked to Antonio right before the start here. Certainly, obviously, concerned of all the traffic and what have you. So we'll have to see how this one goes.
Another one off.
Oh, another one. Yeah, the number 8. Another LMP2.
So weather-wise, it is overcast and probably just mid-60s.
Green flag is dropping on here, so you'll see this here in a second on TV.
No wind, no rain is in the forecast. It has rained on and off over the last couple days, and when I say rain, it's like a heavy mist. But very few patches of sun. But I think today around 2 or 3 o'clock, the sun's supposed to come out, and then actually be a nice evening as this thing ends. So yeah, weather did obviously play a factor leading up to today. And other than these guys spinning off with probably really cold tires and probably still a little damp, weather should not be a factor today. And if you heard the missiles going off,
yeah, they just fired up the fireworks. We can hear the cars in the background. Hear a little bit. I don't know if you guys can hear them at all. Yep. But it's pretty faint. But anyways, we've got a pretty quiet spot on the trailer, so hopefully that won't be too noisy. But yeah, green flag. We're underway. Everything looks okay so far. Got along.
Man,
watching Antonio on the wheel.
He's going hard over.
Yeah. So yeah, just there we are going up the hill.
So Jensen Button.
Sorry, big off in turn 3 already. I think that's going to be up ahead of us. You'll see that here in a second.
Yeah. So the timing and scoring you're seeing on the screen is live. However, our feed, I think there's a little bit of a delay. So just keep that in mind. You're not seeing it exactly as it's happening. But yeah, some of the other drivers that are here on property, Jensen Button, Joseph Newgarden, Castro Neves is here, a few other folks. Wow, that's big. Oh, it's the same guy that spun. Yeah, that's a big hit. Total link at least in the rear.
Yeah, so no caution yet, but yeah, they just called for full course yellow. Yeah, so Joseph, seems like those prototypes don't like cold conditions. Yeah, absolutely. They're a handful with cold tires. So they did declare a short yellow on this, meaning they're not gonna be doing the wave rounds.
Yeah, you need the front and the rear.
Yeah, it's pretty big.
But it looks like all the debris is in the grass.
Yeah. So there probably will be quite a bit of caution time today. Some other things about today. So 10-hour race, 13 sets of tires, which may come into play. Given how many cautions there are and when they fall. Last year we used 12 sets of tires, so we're kind of right up against the tire limit. Min drive time is 4 hours. We have 3 drivers. Max drive time is 6 hours, so that's going to be a factor for sure. Yeah. Oh wow, another LMP2.
Wow.
Oh, that's wow. They're showing the wall where the car hit, and you can pretty much see.
It must have came right after. See the
Pretty
blue
much see a car.
yeah, Scott McLaughlin's here.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, so autograph line was pretty interesting. There's a lot of lines for guys like Jensen Button. I think that's the longest one. Yeah. A lot of people here to get Jensen Button's autograph. Newgarden was here on a really long line, or is here. So yeah, that's tough one. So definitely, today it's going to be really, really important is to have this car last, be around at the end, stay out of trouble. We can do everything right, but it's the cars around you and people passing you and all this other junk we're gonna be having to deal with. So.
Morton, hello, how are you doing? Winston, Naples, Florida, checking in. How are you?
Yeah, welcome, guys.
Joe said that every time he watches the stream, we win, so that's good.
Yeah, glad you're on then, Joe.
No pressure.
Yeah. And then what else? So those are kind of the main ones. Like I said, I touched on the Endurance Cup stuff. We'll be watching that pretty quick.
Oh yeah, it's still morning here. We got 14 minutes left.
Yeah. But I do think there'll be a lot of time sitting around watching cautions.
Yeah.
But yeah, we got here on Thursday and kind of went around and checked things out. And man, there's tons of people camping.
Yeah.
Really cool scene.
Oh yeah, so so on TV they're showing the Toyota team that won the championship for taking the green flag, which they did.
Yep. So yeah, so the Lexus did win the championship. It was they had a good year. Can't deny it. They executed very well. They had a few mistakes, but overall, execution wise, we're pretty good for sure. We arguably, well, not arguably, we made a few mistakes this year. Some of the low lights I would say were Laguna Seca, taking that incorrect wave around. That was an awesome. Then we had Road America. And I think we have one more. Was the
other? So the other thing that of the last of this weekend. So this is the second to last race technically. So it's the last IMSA race for Corvette Racing. And I know we have explained it before, and you've probably seen some press releases and articles over the past month or so that Corvette has done, and they've mentioned Corvette Racing by Pratt Miller, or by Pratt Miller Motorsports. That's going to be the new team name going forward into the GT3 era. So I started here at the beginning of the year to help the group and help each other ramp up to get to that point and get the Pratt Miller Motorsports name out. And because prior to that, the arrangement with General Motors was just Corvette Racing. And of course, all of you know that Pratt Miller was behind the scenes and building the cars, testing the cars, running the cars, winning races. Visually, we're running a new car next year, but nothing's going to change dramatically next year going forward that you'll see going into January into the Rolex race. Obviously, a couple driver changes, but we'll still be racing Corvettes, and it'll be good. It's definitely an exciting year coming up for us.
Oh, cool! Look at this. So Tom Stacy's here. He's at a hospitality tent. So the other thing, they got a huge Corvette corral out here, which is awesome to see. We were through there the other day looking at all the cars, all kinds of incredible Corvettes. And then the other thing they do is they do the parade lap deal where you can come out and drive on the track. So we were actually positioned up by turn 10 when all the Corvettes rolled out, and man, they started pulling out on the tracks, and the line of Corvettes was forever. They just kept coming and coming and coming and coming. So just a ridiculous amount of Corvettes here. A ton of people took advantage of getting out on the track. So that was super awesome to see. Also.
Do all the GT teams use BBS wheels?
It's a good question. I don't think I'm not sure if that's mandated or not, but a lot end up with BBS wheels for sure. There's a ton out there. I'm not sure if there's another brand or not. Yeah. So what else? Okay.
Yes. Yeah. So Morton going into next year, the R category in IMSA GTD Pro doubling. I think this would officially the car count's doubling.
There's quite a few.
So we're going to be renting a second car. Ford's going to have a couple of new cars. They're brand new to the category, at least over the last few years. So yeah, it's as Jim Ross would say in the WWE, it's going to be a slobber knocker.
Yeah, it's gonna be good.
Yeah, it's gonna be awesome.
The Chevy versus Ford is back. So we'll be having the heck of Brad all the time. He and his Mustang. So yeah, it's going to be fun to kind of watch that and see that. So there'll be 2 pro cars, like Ford Multimatic will have 2 pro cars, and we'll have 2 Corvettes that are pro class. It looks like a lot of the other pro entries are single car teams. And actually, if you go to the IMSA website, I believe they list the
because the meeting we went to on Thursday was kind of the state of the sport given by John Doonan, who's the president of IMSA. They recognized a couple sponsorship or scholarship winners, and then just kind of gave a pulse of the industry. Everything, all their major indicators that they watch are way up, which is great, and it reflects the crowd here today. But TV ratings are up, social media engagement is up. They had a couple series sponsors renew for like 5, 6, 7 years.
Yeah.
So I think if you're IMSA, I think you're in a really, really good spot. And me being the marketing guy, I still want to push them to do more. But I think they've created a really good base. And I think doing things like these, even though we are Corvette specific, I think we'll bring in more fans. They'll start to watch a couple minutes on TV, and then hopefully that will build over time. And they'll be craving racing by the time January comes around for Daytona.
Yeah. So yeah, I have some notes on some of those numbers. I'll pull them up here. Let's see. So yeah, they're celebrating that there's 18 automakers in IMSA, and of those 18 different automakers, 15 were on the podium this year. 21 different winners across 5 classes, so all kinds of pretty cool stuff. TV numbers up 20%, streaming up 45%. So lots of good stuff. Definitely touting a lot of what's going on at GTP and the great racing and how close that's been all year and the new cars, which has been great. So I just heard on the radio that they're going green next time by. So we are now up 12 minutes into the race, 6 laps in. We have 1 green flag lap so far, lap 1.
Yeah, Mark. So this shirt that Luke is wearing is not for purchase. However, if you click on our Linktree link in the bio, depending on what platform you're on, there is a link to our corporate store, so you can buy Pratt Miller gear. It doesn't necessarily have the Corvette flags on it. We will be updating our merch store as we go into next year. So just know that Pratt Miller, GM, Corvette, we're all keen to get some good gear out to the people, whether it's at the track or online. So that is currently in the works as we piece together next year.
Yeah. So they're going green right now. We can hear them come down the start finish line. Just heard over the radio that they're green. So here in a second we'll see them on TV go green. Hopefully this lasts more than a lap.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, Joe. So Joe is asking or making a statement that they should do with the shorter IMSA races, do an iRacing sim race, and then compare the times with the live race or the race that happened live compared to simulation. I think that the technology should probably be there pretty good, where you have a live race going on, and then everyone at home can be on their sim rig. And that live data from all the cars is coming in along with your sim data.
So you're actually racing.
And you're a ghost car.
In the race.
Yeah.
You're racing.
I think that
or everyone else is a ghost car.
Yeah, I think that would melt people's minds, and I think that would be awesome. I think that would be a really good way to get a younger generation in quickly. Because as we all know, sim racing is massive. But I would buy a rig to do that.
So Bourdais really jumped out front in GTP. Jumped out front and has a pretty big lead. We're sitting in second. If you're watching the in-car, you can get a sense for all the traffic, and it's only gonna get crazier.
Yeah, we drove a golf cart up around the track. On Friday, and the TV's doing a good job of showing the elevation. But man, there are so many turns on the track or crests that if you haven't been here, you'd think you're driving into the abyss because you can't see where you're going. Multiple locations on the track.
Yeah, so on the radio, they're talking about this Lambo up there. It's just insanely fast. So it looks like we're getting by the. Yeah, so Antonio was talking on the radio about the 83, which is the Iron Dames Lambo. They're just on the straightaway. It's just an absolute rocket.
The sun is coming out, clouds are breaking, which is great. So it looks like only in certain parts.
Yeah, so guys, watch this. Watch the Lambo on the straight here. Just literally driving around everybody. Oh, look at this. It's pretty racy out there, guys. We're actually getting some pretty good coverage here. This is pretty awesome. So we did. Oh, here we are. Yeah, that's an AM car. So we did have a request to try to keep up on the Twitter today also. So we're trying to do that a little bit better. Our plan today is, Brad and I will be here. Brad and I will be here for most of the time. We're going to trade on and off a bit as we get other people coming through. Our plan is to be on all day. Hopefully there'll be plenty to talk about here. So yeah, racing's pretty awesome right now, and they've been showing nonstop coverage of it, which is awesome. Yeah, so the Aston Martin ended up on the pole. Qualifying was a lot about getting some open tracks because there's so many GT cars. Even it's really hard to get some clean runs in. But yeah, this Lambo's just tearing through the field right now. So we just made a pass. Made a pass there, not on Jack Hosworth, but on I think that's the Amcar Lexus. Look at this really quick. So yeah, so that 12 car, yeah, that's their AM car that we passed. Yeah, so now there's not a car between us. Well, the Lambo actually, it's between us and Tire and Jack for the lead. Yeah, so now it's a Tire. So Tire went down. A Ferrari. Yeah, so they just radioed that he made it to pit lane. So that won't kind of caution. So we're getting passed by the first time by prototype cars. The GTP cars are through. But yeah, this battle in the front of our class is pretty awesome right now.
Joe says reminds him an 156 car long.
Yeah, Joe, you're dead on. Yeah, you get the straightaway and it's just sails by everybody. Absolutely.
Yeah, that topic came up again this week, just a casual conversation.
Yeah, that car's here. That car is here in the fan zone. Our GT3 car is here. It's attracting tons of attention. So ever since Road America, it's been in this flat black livery with no decals on it. It just looks incredible. It really looks slick. That's obviously not how it's going to stay. We've actually been finalizing our livery for next year. There'll be some subtle changes, but it will stay yellow. It's going to look pretty slick.
And remember, there are multiple Corvettes racing next year outside of the 2 cars we're racing. There will be 2 other cars in IMSA. However, they'll be the GTD and class below us.
AWA is going to run.
Yeah, AWA will have those cars. TF Sport will be running in the WEC. They'll be running 2 cars. And then DXTC, I think that's the team name. They're out of Statesville, North Carolina. They're going to be in the SRO series. That was the last one to be announced.
All right, so sorry. Full course yellow just came out. I still can't see quite why, but there's a full course yellow, and they did declare it as a standard yellow, which means they're going to do the deal. Oh, they're going to the tire.
A carcass, as they call it.
Yeah. So this is going to be standard yellow. So that means they'll open the pits first for prototype cars.
Luke Walsh checking in from Sonoma County, one of my favorite places in the world.
Yes. Yeah. So they'll open the pits first for GTP. Then they'll open the pits for us. So I wouldn't be surprised if some people start pitting and topping off on fuel. We're only 12 laps in.
Oh, even
21 minutes in, but there could be some pit stops here. We'll have to see.
It's even mid-October in Sonoma, which is probably the best time of year as well.
Oh yeah, I'll bet.
Late harvest.
All right, so.
Do you know the top speed of our class that we get to on this track?
I do not. No. We'll find out. So I told something about our team that's going on is we're transitioning into a new team manager for next year. So this year Ben Johnson has been team manager for the team. But all year we've been training another Ben Bodie, who's been on here. He was on a VR for a good period. He's going to be becoming team manager. So he's been following along and getting up to speed, doing an incredible job. And
look at this, everybody.
He's gonna pick up.
I've never. Oh, you're good. You live? Yeah.
So I got to check on that top speed.
Atlanta traffic treat you well?
Let's go here.
Track traffic.
So Brandon Widmer, Motorsports Vice President, just walked in. Brandon Widmer, one and only. He traveled in this morning. It's quite an adventure to get to the racetrack from the airport, which is in South Atlanta.
This week Vineyards have that.
This has to be the biggest crowd ever.
Yes, we said the same thing.
Yeah.
It's awesome.
Yeah, and he's coming in on the big crowds. All right, I guess I've got voting here.
Yeah, so Luke Walsh, we would race in Sonoma and stay. We would have events in near the Sonoma Square, and just awesome. And from Sonoma all the way to Napa, Yountville, you cannot find a bad restaurant. And for those of you that are food snobs, I think Yountville has the highest per capita Michelin rated restaurants. I think in 1 square mile there's like 4 or 6 or something like that.
Yeah,
Luke may be able to quantify that.
So they just opened pits for prototypes right now.
Cool.
So they're going in. We are obviously not. But yeah, like I said, I think they wouldn't be surprised if some of these GT cars start diving in and trying to go off strategy a little bit.
That's right, French Laundry in Young. Oh, this is a nice tie into racing. Did you know the Michelin rated restaurant, the whole Michelin thing, was actually from the Michelin Tire Company?
Yes.
You're supposed to say no. Tell me more.
Oh yeah, no, tell me.
Come on,
Luke.
Luke.
Sounds
Jesus.
fantastic.
But they created a eatery list to encourage people to go to these restaurants and get in a car and drive and use tires. And it's stuck. I think it's been around for at least 100 years or right around 100 years. But yeah, that was the Michelin Tire Company.
We'll have to take some notes here from Luke on some of these good restaurants.
That's right.
So, and maybe you can get us into some of these vineyards that seem impossible to get into. You have to book 6 months ahead. All right. So it doesn't look like you couldn't really tell there who bid and who didn't, but it doesn't matter. It's all prototype cars. So I'll have to keep an eye this time to see what sort of GT cars go into the pits here. So you can see, you know, on the map in the HH display there where everyone is on the track, and they'll actually show who's in the pit. So yeah, so you can see all those numbers popping up on the screen of who's all in. There's a lot of cars in the pits.
Where is that? Is that our feed or their feed from the cars? It's got to be our feed, right?
So that'll be a little quicker. All right. So yeah, that's all the yeah, those are all okay. All those cars I just picked, those are all the prototypes. So it'll be the next one. Anyways, yeah. So on the HH display on over here, you see all the numbers below on the map, and it says who's all in the pits and where they are on the track, which is pretty cool.
Yeah. Hey, Steve, how are you? We saw your note a few days ago. Thanks for watching. Looking forward to working with you next year.
Yeah, hey, Steve. So yeah, you also see on the map, you see where the safety car is, which is super handy.
Okay. Yeah, I can.
Okay, so they just radioed in that we are not pitting. So we are gonna stay out.
This goes to
So we're gonna be. The reason why is to protect our track position, because there is such a deep GT field.
The benefit is I
And roughly how many laps on a tank?
So you can run about an hour.
Okay.
So we're looking that we can run about 29, 30 more laps.
Yeah.
So, do you know about off-throttle time on this track? Because half of it you're kind of coming downhill. Because I noticed I stood at that last turn going into the straightaway, and they're off-throttle quite a bit. Wondering if that helps balance out using more gas climbing, and maybe a couple burps less throttle coming down. I wonder if that has anything to do with it.
Yeah, I think we're pretty much on that standard. In the shower, a bit over for runtime. Okay, so I was expecting a lot of cars hit.
Big C burger. Sounds good.
We got more tips here.
No, he's checking in. Track conditions are good. It's been damp a little bit, but I think the sun's breaking through, so I think track conditions will be pretty average to good as this race goes on. I'm wondering if the dew point, when it starts to get 6, 7, 8 o'clock, if that might come into play a little bit. But it's been kind of balmy the last couple of nights here, so I don't think it's going to be something out of the ordinary from a weather standpoint. So I think track conditions are going to be good for the rest of the day. You gotta imagine, like, we need to make a special trip over here to.
Yeah, so that pit stop, guys. Pretty much everyone in our class stayed out, except us and the 14. So that's kind of interesting to see how this kind of strategy plays out. So now it's going to be super important to be aware of who's on what strategy.
Is there eclipse today, Phil? It's going to get darker because of the eclipse. Road America or Road Atlanta will experience 52% totality.
Oh, that's interesting.
Look at that.
Yeah, so I was looking. Sunset tonight is right at 7:02, 7:03, something like that. So the race does have a good portion in the dark here. So yeah, we're definitely going to need to be paying really close attention to the different strategies here.
It's actually happening right now. So at 12:13 p.m. Eastern time, there will be an annual solar eclipse.
Like after lunch.
I'm gonna step outside and get a picture, so I can show you that.
Yeah,
it's really not going to affect anything.
Yeah,
but a good tidbit.
Oh, the 62 and the 23 stayed out also. Okay, so top 4 cars stayed out. I want to put on here last pit lap, and then I should add that to. I can add it to the display that you guys see too, so you guys can see that. Let me figure out how to do that here, and then I'll add it to your display too. So, all right, so I can change that. What'd you see? Is it amazing?
Right on cue, there was a huge cloud.
Of course.
I'll post it on Twitter so you can see what I saw. Which wasn't
much. Okay. Yep. There we go. So I'm going to add this to your display. You guys will like this. I got to fix this real quick. Screw on. All right, there you go. Put it back. So they're going green right now, by the way. So keep an eye on your in-car and the TV, obviously. See what sort of fireworks we see.
Yeah, Phil, thanks for pointing that out. There's a firing eclipse. That's live streaming it now.
Yep, so you see now on the HH up here that I had a new column called Last Pit Lap. So there you can see beyond the 2 different strategies of the 2 different groups here.
Yeah. Yeah, so the picture's on Twitter. It's a nice picture, but can't really tell much.
You just put it up. Let's take it back to your Twitter. One thing that's nice about this trailer is every spot you can kind of see has these really nice monitors, so you get a nice big display. Oh yeah, there it is.
And there's been a bunch of people here this weekend from GM watching all the powertrain stuff. I'm sure trying to learn some new things going into next year as well. But this whole row behind us was full. We got here on Thursday.
Yes,
and it was hot and sticky in here too.
It was. All right, wow, lots of traffic. Is this live? Oh, this is falling behind. The in-car seems pretty far behind. They still haven't even shown the restart yet. Whereas TV looks like it's well into the restart on Peacock.
Yeah, people commented that this is the biggest crowd they've seen here.
Yeah, that's awesome. It's packed. I know that, like we said, the IMSA guys were just tickled to death with how big, how this year's been and how this race is going. Just so many people. So good for the sport and for sports car racing. Pretty exciting times for sure. So clean restart. For us, we're up on the 14th bumper. So again, we want pretty interested in winning this Endurance Cup championship. So at that 4-hour mark, right when we hit that 4-hour mark is when they kind of score that first round of points, going 5-4, 3-2. We definitely want to try to be in a good spot for that. So certainly when it comes to looking at pit windows and all that, we're keeping an eye on that to make sure that our pit windows play out in such a way so that at 4 hours we're where we want to be. And
ladies and gentlemen, Christy Bagney's entered the room.
Yeah.
You want to say hi really quick?
Hello, everybody.
Christy
Whoever
Bagney.
you are, Christy Bagney, GT3 program manager. Super happy that you guys are here following this race.
Yep, we got a big turnout today.
Live TV, can't beat it.
Live TV.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a good turnout. Got a lot of people planning to come hang out with us today. You should come and hang out with us at some
We
point
might
too.
grab you and throw some questions at you.
Wait, can they hear you right now?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. I'm like, you're talking enough to me. I
Yeah.
would gladly come hang out.
Okay.
Awesome. All right, so pretty clean restart there, which is good. Looks like the 14s opened up a bit of a gap on us. No real surprise there.
Oh,
And then that 80, that's the Lambo ahead of us. Really quick, which is fine. We'll let them go run our race, and it's all about marking our competitors here. So not too far off of 14. We'll keep an eye on them, see how the pace is. And again, whenever we can, we'll be trying to save fuel for shorter pit stops, etc.
They're getting a little fresh with each other.
Yeah. So the Lexus in the points for the Endurance Cup is, let's see here, 2 behind us. And I'm sure now that they've wrapped up the Series Championship, they're eyeing that one also.
Yeah, Todd says the sounds of the engines are better out here. Todd, where is Todd posted up right now? Is he in the suite or where is he pits?
Yeah. So Todd Lozier is on site. Awesome to have you, Todd. I think he's at the IMSA Club.
Oh, okay.
This is where he's hanging out. It's not a bad place to be. So the IMSA Club, it's basically IMSA hosts a suite here at every race. They're usually in great locations. They have all the lovely things you'd love to have to enjoy a race. Lots of good food and drink and such. So, but yeah, the race up front looks pretty intense. The 01 Caddy was pretty darn quick today. Seems to be able to open up a bit of a gap. Things are kind of spreading out a little bit. The loser and all that right now looks to be the Porsche's a little bit off.
Yeah, so people in the stream, here's the question for you. If coming to a race in person, what would be your ideal setup at a racetrack? Would you want to come in a suite? Would you want to come stand in the pits? Would you want to go build a fire in a tent out in turn 2? Like what would be your ideal at track experience? Because I am genuinely curious about what people would say about that. Because there's a little bit of everything.
Yeah. And we won't share our opinions.
Nor will we judge.
Yeah. Oh, thanks, Ben. So Ben got back to me with the speed of the car, but he said it in the wrong units. So I'm going to convert it to
all
proper
the-
units.
Because Chris Andrews originally asked, so I'll respond.
So, not too impressive. 160 kilometers an hour is, miles per hour. 160 miles per hour is top speed.
I wonder where that is. Is that coming down the hill or front stretch?
Yeah, some of these very common questions are not that fun to answer. All right, so yeah, Morton's chiming in. Pit walk, camper van, right on. That's my man.
Yeah. You got van life here.
Yeah, the pool of chilled beer sitting on top of. Oh,
Driving your car. Pits and garages, much professional team do it. Yeah. Pit walk, camper van. Yeah. So Joe, no. So the Corvette Corral is a separate piece. They get access to the Corvette Corral, and there's food, drink, and some shelter there, and some special programming. But suites are over and above that. It also does come with a lap around the track.
that's extra, isn't it?
Maybe I don't know, but it's
But you can add that on. Yeah. So I'm a little disappointed that no one's saying sitting on a pit box in pit lane. No one wants to sit in the pits? There we go. Charlie says pits. Yeah, the pits are cool. But what happens if you spend too much time in the pits? You actually forget what these cars are kind of capable of doing.
Yeah.
And then you get in your golf cart and you go riding around and you see these things, and then it's like, oh my god, these cars are incredible.
Yeah,
what they can do.
Just before the cars come underneath the bridge in Sebring, kind of like the backstretch area, is a really good way to see the speed of the cars because you can stand on the ground and they're coming fast. The backstretch of Road America we went and saw.
Yeah. Oh, that was
Lamborghini
awesome.
Super Trofeo Series. Those cars were hauling the mail at that point on the racetrack. I don't know. I absolutely cannot stand a camp. I'm not a camper because I camped as a kid and I hated it. But as long as it's not 150 degrees outside, some of the places around here, like if you had a nice camper and kind of perched above the track, that kind of fun.
Yes. And the camping is packed here. Like, holy fast stretch. There's campers everywhere. It's like Talladega.
Yeah.
So this track, it's like all the passing. The best place to pass is definitely braking going into 10. So that's at the end of the long straight. You go down the hill, super hard braking zone, and then a quick left-hander That's by far and away the place to pass. And then 6 and 7 kind of also. But if you want to watch passing, you go to 10, and there's really good vantage points around turn 10. So Morton, didn't the Lambo get 15 kg for this race? They did, yes. So they got some weight. A few others got some adjustments.
Okay. Brian.
Oh yeah, yeah. So they're showing Brian and Anna. So Brian was a long time crew chief. Been around for really, really long time, and his wife comes to all the races too. Wonderful people. Been a part of the family forever.
Anna does the dead man too. She gets all her
Dead
gear.
woman.
Dead woman. That's my bad.
Dead person.
Dead person.
I was a woman at Lime Rock one time.
There you go.
Yeah.
Claim to fame.
That's a serious deal.
Yeah.
This falls behind. Punch me every once in a while if this looks too far behind. I'll have to keep hitting these live buttons here. So yeah, we are now right up on that's showing a gap of 0.8, but it looks like we're right up on the Lexus. So.
Yeah, Charlie said Rolex race 2001. That was a famous race there. She was in Sweet.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Michael, I think, didn't we meet at a couple of racetracks? I can't remember.
Yeah, so I'm with Michael here. You spend some time in the pits, you get around, and
Yep.
you see all around the track.
Yeah, Michael travels to a handful of races, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, take it all in from a lot of different vantage points. It's certainly a great way to experience it, and that's what's really nice about these long races too. You can go to the pits. This race has whatever 10 to 12 pit stops, we'll say. So there's plenty of time to see a pit stop or two. Plenty of time to get out and see all the vantage points. That's one thing about the shorter races. 2 hours or whatever. See a couple pit stops and the race is over. Yeah, so we're pretty close to the 14 car. 6/10 off. And then we've got a 3-second gap back to the 62. So, the cars that did take tires, it's not like they're shooting through and catching back up to us. They're showing kind of like a 7-second gap. So again, these tires, these Michelin tires don't have a ton of fall off. So, laps on tires is not that critical. Yeah, so we're at least halfway into our stint now. We're 48 minutes in, but because of that long first caution and the second caution, we can still run quite a bit further. So we will not be pitting anytime soon. So still have a ways to go.
We, if you guys didn't see, I think I posted it yesterday, 2 days ago. We, the team won a BDO strategy award for the win in VIR.
Yeah, that's cool.
So that was really cool. And
you posted about that.
I did, yeah. I also think it's cool. The team will sit down the night before. They'll usually commandeer a table at the hotel in the lobby, and they'll all be on their laptops, and they go through all the different scenarios and plan out the strategy. I think it's a pretty decent rule of thumb that they kind of know a general baseline strategy going into it, but based on that point in time, the night before, they'll take it all the data that has been laid down the previous couple of days and practices to see who's got what. track conditions, if weather's going to be play into a factor, and then they'll adjust that baseline strategy going in for today. And this is the most sunlight that's been out here this weekend, so that will probably have a little bit of a factor into it. But yeah, strategy never ends. You can always try and get better. You can always tweak something. You can always run some sort of fuel simulation to see if you can squeak out something. But yeah, it's a continuing process.
Yeah, looking at lap times here, so we're running 121s, 122s. Pretty steady times. I'm not seeing a whole lot of degradation in pace. Those last two laps were a little slower, but we also did lay down the fastest lap of the race not too many ago. So
There he is.
Todd,
You good,
how are you?
Is there a way I can drop you pictures?
Sure.
How do I do that?
Email or text them.
Text it to you?
Yeah.
I got Brad's number. I'll text
Yeah,
it to
text
you.
them to Brett.
As we're going around, I'll send you.
That'd be awesome.
Cool.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thanks. Yeah. So that was Todd popping in. He was just chatting with us.
It was just in the sweets.
Yeah, it's just in the suites now. Now he's in the trailer. The other cool thing about IMSA is, unlike a lot of other series, you can pretty much go anywhere you want.
Yeah, that's a huge deal, is access, because a lot of bigger series claim access, but they don't really have it. But it's no joke here. There's not a lot of places you cannot go to.
That's right. Yeah. And here's the trick, guys. Act like you belong there, and no one.
Cell phone to your head, sunglasses on, look forward.
Yeah,
keep walking.
look like if someone stops you, that they're annoying you, and you can get anywhere.
Hey, these are tips and tricks that we're passing on.
These are life lessons.
Best trick is to buy a team of hair.
Yeah. Yeah. If you're black pants and some polo shirt, and sunglasses and a cell phone to your ear, you can get anywhere.
Did you see this?
Yeah.
Do you want to go see it?
At some point. Yeah. So yeah, we're gonna be doing some trading off today at some point. What I think we should do, we should wait for Tyler to get on and get him going at 2, and then we can start adjusting from there. So yeah, Joseph says I was rocking my Pratt Miller shirt from the merch store, and they let me in everywhere. Yep. Yeah, buy all our merch, guys. You can get anywhere you want.
Yeah, so we have guests here from one of our other divisions. Luke will probably need to pull anchor at some point, and then I have some folks coming at around 3 o'clock. We have a new team member to our group, although he sits in Michigan. His name is Ankit, full-blown sports car nerd. So he will probably jump in here
And
take over for
Corvette owner.
and Corvette owner. Was C6, 06. It's
E5.
5.
C5 Z06 owner. Yep. Huge Corvette freak, so he'll fit right in for sure.
Yep. And then we'll grab Feehan probably later on today once we get the guests escorted around for a bit.
Yeah, so it's gonna be fun. We'll have plenty of stuff to do to talk about. Kirby, so IMSA is a spec tire, so everyone's running the same Michelin tire, and yeah, that we're on the same tire strategy as they didn't fit either. So, all right, so how are we looking? 1.3 seconds back. We are 32 laps into the stint. The front 4 cars in our class, we're all on the same strategy. back to the 79. You see the 79 leading the group of those that did pit on 15 laps in. Yeah, so we can still run, I don't know, probably 20 more minutes or so, something like that. So we're 54 minutes into the race, but so much of that first part was under caution. So we got still a ways to go and how far we can run. Yeah, so on TV they're yeah. Yeah, that's the president of TRD. No, I'm not either. Being interviewed, celebrating their championship. Martin, I think you're correct on those numbers. Yeah. Yeah. So if in the description of this stream, we have a lot of links, including some of the IMSA that have various info that you guys can check out and see that sort of stuff. It's all there for you to nerd out on if you're so interested.
Then Joe's asking, do you guys consider yourself a sister team to the Cadillac team? I think more of a cousin because of the Chevy tie, but that is run by a totally separate team. Chip Ganassi Racing runs that, and then the 31 is run by Action Express. Yeah, and so by manufacturer, yes, we're quasi-related, but from an operation standpoint, we're totally separate.
And flipping over to look at that, so you've got that 01 Cadillac has a 1.8 second lead over the Acuras. And then that 06 Porsche is or that 6 Porsche is kind of further back, and the BMW is further back. I need to look for me. I need to see what those guys did, see if they're all on the same strategy.
Yeah, I think our car sounds great, but the best sounding car on property is Cadillac by far. I think Corvettes for many years. I remember the last years of the C7, like 2016, 17, 18, right around there. Man, this car sounded unbelievable.
Yeah, I agree. Did you ever go to race when the Panos were around?
I believe I did. It was like they almost looked like a mini Batmobile.
Yeah, those things were insane. Yeah. If any of you guys, I don't know if you guys been around that long. I'm sure I know many of you have. The Panos, that was so incredible. That was worth the price of attendance.
Yeah,
to hear those things.
Yeah, but it may sound dumb, but I think that's a huge part. I remember going to Long Beach Grand Prix when I was like in high school, and I was into cars. I wasn't really into racing that much, but since it was so close, we would go to it. And one of the things I still remember was that they had a supercar series, and all the cars sounded distinctly different. And I still remember the sounds of the cars, and I think that audio signature plays a huge part.
Yeah.
In the experience of it. And even now, the LMDHs, it's cool because they'll come in and leave on electric, and then they'll click over to gas, and just that sounds awesome. So I'm a big fan of hybrid. I think that's the way to go because you still get the benefits of having electric, but then you also get that user experience. I think there's a lot of things that IMSA is doing correct. Yeah, that's one.
I think it's really cool that when all the different car types have a different tone, and you can recognize the car type by the sound. That is awesome. It's such a fun way to do it. And that's what's cool about sports car racing. It's just all the variety, right? Variety of how they look and sound and everything, and then all the all the fans for the different brands. Kind of that, competitiveness is fantastic. So
Yeah, it's I was walking down the hill from lunch just before we jumped on, and Jensen Button was walking up the hill totally by himself, and I thought that was weird. But that's in NASCAR, the fans all gravitate towards the driver. And in IMSA, I'd almost argue it's the opposite.
you're right. It's cars.
Gravitate
They're more interested in the cars than the
Yeah.
drivers. Yeah. Yes. You're right. Not picking on NASCAR, but it's very different than sports car racing. It's all about the driver, right,
Yeah.
and the drama and their brand.
Yeah.
And in sports car, it's a car culture thing, right? It's you got the BMW fans, the Porsche fans.
Anthony, how you doing? Thanks for checking in. The sound is always an Audi Quattro Group B. Yep.
Yeah, so Mike's commenting on the GTP cars. So when the GTP cars exit the pits, they do it under electric, which is pretty cool. So they've got that kind of battery hum. You can hear the tires squealing.
Yeah.
And then when the car fires up, it's like a bomb went off.
Yeah.
Especially the Cadillac.
Yeah, 3 or 4 pits away is usually when it goes to gas. And then the other interesting thing, I think we talked about this a few streams ago, but I saw it firsthand for the first time. And at one point, I didn't even know what I was looking at, but there was one of the Peugeots in Sebring, LMDH cars. The engine crapped out, or something crapped out. The car stalled, but there was a light next to the driver's door that was still illuminated, which means the car is still electrified. And that goes through a whole separate protocol to extract the driver out of the car so nobody gets zapped. But it required like a boom hook to put around the guy that was pulling the guy out of the car, gloves so they don't, static electricity or static free gloves. And it was the whole thing. I took a bunch of pictures of it, but that's another layer that people have to deal with when they get into racing these big capacities. Yeah, big electrical capacities.
Yeah, so Joseph's question is it mandated? Yeah, it's mandated that you have to be full electric. Yeah. Which is cool. I'm glad they did that.
Yes,
Pretty
yeah.
neat. Okay, so they just radioed in to Antonio. 10 to go. So looking at kind of fuel numbers and yada yada yada, that definitely looks like everything we've got in the tank to get there. So we're definitely pushing to the end here. So it'll be the same for 14, the 62, the 23. So within 10 laps, that whole group will be pitting. Looking at us relative to that second group of cars. So that second group of cars that pit on lap 15, they have 10-second gaps back behind our group. When we pit, we're going to lose well over that. So they're going to definitely cycle up ahead of us by a good number, but we'll have a pretty big fuel advantage on them. When
Thomas is asking, are you both looking forward to some rest this off season, or will testing keep you both busy? I'm looking forward to not hanging out with this guy all the time.
Yeah,
that's a key part of it.
It's probably gonna be worse, though, Brad.
Yeah, but yeah, it's. We might get a little breather, but there is a large portion of our shop back in Michigan that is burning the candle at both ends with the GT3 builds. So it's coming along well, but it's a lot of work.
Yeah,
a lot of work at the shop, a lot of testing. We are going to kind of layer in a production day during one of the tests, so we have all of our photo assets going into next year.
Yeah, that's early November. This is going to be the first test. There's been several tests with the GT3 car, but the first test, full liveried out with our drivers, and we're all going down there to get all kinds of good content for all of you guys. But no, there will be no rest, really, Thomas. We've heard everyone in the shop say like they've never seen the shop so busy, and with building all these cars, getting ready for next year, it's absolute chaos. Next season's like right behind the corner, literally because we're starting to test November, and then Daytona test in December, and then the 24 hours in January. It's just bam, bam, bam. So there'll be a big party tonight after this is over, but then it's back to the shop and game on. All right. So yeah, we're going to keep a close eye on now, guys, for some of these competitors in the pits. 3, 14, 62, 23. We're all coming up on running this tank out. Be interested to see who really tries to stretch it here, and who's been, kind of aggressively saving fuel.
Our final stream of the season will be November 4th for the Bahrain WEC race. I don't know how many of you watched Formula One. I think it'd be interesting to see temperatures, but there was temperature in the Formula One race in Qatar was a really, really big deal. There was drivers passing out behind the wheel, drivers passing out just as the race ended as they got out of the car. I didn't see the very end of the race, but someone said Max Verstappen looked like a zombie. But I saw that the ambient temperature did not go below 96 degrees throughout the entire race. Plus the flat track at high speeds was causing high G loads in the turns. Plus they had some issue with the curbing in some places, which was stressing out the tires. So visually it just looked like an average Formula One race that Max won. But there was a lot of forces literally playing in that race, and I'm curious to see what the temperature is going to be in Bahrain for us. We race there, which is November 4th, I believe. So yeah, that'll be good, but a little bit different situation there. That's just a win for us. It's really all we're kind of focusing on. That will be the last final C8 race globally, and then those cars will come home and they'll go to their new owners and all over the place. So it'll be good.
Yep. So yeah, again, keep an eye on all the pits here. We're running right with that 14 a second back, and then the 62 is 1.9 back, and then the 23. So I wonder if that 23 is saving fuel. So they're 6 seconds back. So we'll be able to kind of tell by how long the pit stops are. We check the pit stop times after and see where they fall out. Oh yeah, look at that. So we cycled. What was that? Is the 14 in the pits, or we pass on track? What did we miss? There's the 14 on the whoopsie there. So again, min drive time for our drivers is 4 hours. So not something we need to be stressing on yet, but something to keep an eye on as we get further in. So Steve, yeah, no, the 14 is still out there. They still have not hit, but we do need to keep an eye on when they do pit. I think we're going to see see some stops here. Okay, so I think Ben Bodie on that. He said the 66 Acura GTD slowed the 14 down, and Antonio was able to get by on the back straight. The old dick. Yeah, so we've opened up a 1.6 on them. I wonder if they're going more aggressive on fuel savings. We know they're capable of running some pretty fast laps.
That's something else. That's, I mean, when you watch it at home, when you watch this feed, you kind of just, maybe it doesn't register, but when you watch it in the pits during one of these pit stops and you see the camera guy out there, that's literally has the lens like in the grill of everyone servicing the car. That's another thing that's kind of odd to get used to.
Yeah.
But they're full camera, they're wireless, and they have a helmet on and knee pads.
Yeah.
And they get you all up in there.
Yeah, and they they know exactly where people need to be during the pit stops. You know, when a guy's getting at he's going to be hitting the whatever right front tire with the gun, and when he's going to step off and whatever. So they'll get right in there, all up in their business for a second or two where they're at the tire, and then pull away and get out of the way so they can move around. It's pretty neat how close they get in there. So they just radioed in for a pit this lap. So I think we're actually pitting a bit earlier than we originally intended to. But we're in a big pile of traffic right now. So that's why we're going early. Because we all know how much traffic can slow you up. So yeah, so you'll see on TV. Let's go into the pits here in a second. See if there's any photos you can grab. All right, so we're in the pits right now. I can hear the pit stop. Sounds like everything's going smooth so far, which is good. Okay, yeah, on TV they're showing us on pit lane right now. Yeah, so if you're watching the TV, you'll see us in. Okay, so we just pitted. If you're watching TV, you'll see us in the pits right now. But I'm just hearing. Yep, so I'm just hearing there's a big wreck turn 10, full course caution coming. Oh, there it is.
Oh, wow.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Yeah, big wreck. They're showing on TV right now. And that is the 6 car. That is the one that's in the championship battle. Yeah, they were running, a bit off pace, we'll call it, but they're done.
McLaren, Porsche. Those doctor cars.
Yeah, so they're talking on the radio on if we're gonna get the way by pass around. I believe we are. which will be good. So we'll cycle around on that, and I wouldn't be surprised if a good number of people pit. So honestly, this could really work out quite nice for us because we got in just before. So I'm looking right
Thought so.
That yellow.
now. Sure. Yeah, no, that's Steve. I think this is going to play out really well. So because we got in right before the caution, got our service done. We are showing, a lap down right now, but we're behind the overall leader.
That was this guy caused a chain reaction.
So we'll get a pass around here, which means we'll get to come around the leader, get back on the same lap, and yeah. So this is actually going. We'll cycle around, and this is going to work out pretty really nice for us. So if you're watching the in car, you'll see we're right behind the leader, and you're gonna see us do what's called take the pass around, which is basically pass the leader, pass the safety car, and go all around till we're at the back of the field. Yeah, so again, we actually pit probably, 2-3 laps earlier than we were intended to, and that's mainly because we got into a big group of traffic. And what that really did is also set us up really nice for this caution that came just after we came out of the pits.
Yeah.
So the 14 who didn't get in, they may need to take emergency service. What emergency service is if the pits are closed, you can still get in, but you can only take a few seconds of fuel only, and I believe you're penalized also with that.
Was he trying to plead
He's hot.
that his car was just not damaged, just pull him out?
I don't know.
Actually, that sounds good. I don't know the rule is, but it's probably if your car is, if you can't track your car back, you can back out of the car. I assume that's probably what it says.
So Steve's asking, where do you get the in-car feed? Yeah, so Steve and everyone else, if you go to IMSA TV Live or Google IMSA TV Live, it'll take you to a page where you can select some different things. It'll default to something that says, if you're in the United States, you can't get this feed, but that's for the full TV feed. That's on Peacock right now and later on USA. But if you scroll down, there'll be the ability to pick some in-cars, and there'll be one with a bow tie. And if you click on that bow tie, you'll be able to get the in-car. So yeah, definitely if you can do it, if you got a spare screen, do it. I think the optimum is probably about 3 screens. You've got us on one. You put the TV feed on another. You put the in-car on your third. And if you really want, you can have a fourth and fire up timing and scoring from the IMSA site. It's pretty good. But we're trying to provide the timing and scoring on our screen here with all the relevant stuff. Okay, so yeah, so we got that pass around, right? So now we are shown, in last place in our class, but on the same lap. But we just hit and topped up where no one else has. So certainly the 14, the 62, the 23 will come in and get their service on this pit stop. They'll cycle behind us. The cars that came in on lap 15, which you can see on timing scoring, that last column up here. They're 15 laps into their stint. They may all decide to pit here also, because it's under caution and there's no real less of a loss if you get under caution. So depending on what everyone does, I think we'll at a minimum cycle up to 4th, and maybe even further if some of these cars that pit on lap 15 and 19 come in pit. Okay, so they just did pits were open for the GT for the prototypes.
I believe so. Yeah.
Yeah, so they're talking that this line of cars is so long that we may not be able to get past these cars under this stop. So we'll have to see what happens here. So you can kind of see that on the track map. So the car, where's the 14 show?
So is that 6 Porsche out of the race?
Well, I mean, they got 10 hours. They can work on it.
But if you get flatbedded off the track, you can still come back.
I believe. Okay, so if you're watching on TV, yeah, you see everyone coming in, pitting. Okay, so every GT Pro car pit. So we did cycle all the way up to the front. And you see there's a bit of a shakeup in the order behind us. So, for example, the 79 jumped up to second. So that's because they needed to take a lot less fuel because they pit on lap 15. So they were able to make up some spots in the pits. He was the Yep, currently P1, but I don't want to post that yet. Yeah. Okay. So I'm just sorry, guys. I'm just listening to the chatter on the radio with the crew guys. They were discussing, the potential topping off. Decided not to because they would have lost some spots there. So we are. So we will be the GTD Pro leader, which is awesome. We have a titch of a fuel disadvantage because those cars pit later, 5 laps later, but all those were caution laps, so not a massive difference. And you'll be able to see that in, oh yeah, look at that. Yeah, so the fuel advantage they have on us is about 4 or 5 seconds based on those 5 laps, which is not a ton. Meaning, if we were to stop a game with everybody, we would need 5 seconds more fuel than the rest. So now everyone in our class, well, except for us, have the same pit lap of 50 and we're 45. Yeah. So now on the track, they're doing all the class splits and cycles, which mean they're getting all the classes grouped together for the restart. So I don't know if you guys remember Le Mans, but I'm having these flashbacks of when these things took an hour to do all the
Those were
class bits, class splits, wave rounds. That was a little much. But yeah, shorter track, that stuff goes a lot quicker. But holy cow, look at the weather now. It's just an incredible day. It's supposed to be like a high of 75. Couldn't come up with a better day for racing than this. So are you putting a post out on? Awesome. So yeah, Brad's busy social media,
lots of bits and bytes going on.
Yeah, a lot of things flying through the air. All right, so next thing we'll be waiting for is once everyone's set, those pace car lights to go off, meaning they're going green next time by. So that takes the 6 probably out of the GTP fight for that championship. So that leaves the 31. I want to see where they're all lined up. So the 31, the 10. So right now the 10 is leading, and they're in the championship battle. So that's the accurate car. Then where's the 31? 31's down in 5th. Guessing they all pit on that one. I'll pit on that stop. What's the 10? Talking about the 10. The 6 is out, and where's the 25? Yeah, so right now Acura's got the advantage with the BMW next, and then the Cadillac in third. So yeah, now we're just past the hour 30 mark. 8.5 hours to go.
They're gonna imagine that the Porsche is gonna try and get it back together, get back out there.
Yep, so you can see, starting to get that car off the. We're gonna work on that for sure. So yeah, anyways, I'm saying, everyone's aligned and ready to go green, but we don't know if the track's ready to go green. Yeah, that was a pretty big off. Probably take some time to clean up.
There's still some two vehicles.
Yeah, that's what I want to look for. Okay. So they just called lights out on the safety car, so that means green next time by. Yeah, so they're pulling the safety car now, so we'll be going green this time. So again, if you look at the track map, you can kind of see where we are. We're coming around the back. We're on the back stretch right now. And then when they do the restarts for this, they do separate the classes. So we're all kind of grouped together. So they just call it green flag. All the prototypes they do that as they're coming down the hill to the start finish. They call green flag basically when we're on the back stretch.
Should I go down the TV and stream in the background?
Shed. Yeah, guys, you want Brad to go down and do the chicken dance behind the TV?
No, they do get some damage.
Yeah, so if they're watching on TV, hopefully they'll show our restart. Yeah, Nick Taney was in here this morning, chatting it up. He was pretty frustrated, obviously so. Okay, so man, I don't know about you guys, but my in-car is really lagging here. Still haven't seen the restart. But looking at time to score, it looks like we did hold position. It's great. Oh, here we go. Okay, we're showing it on TV. Well, they're showing us on TV a little bit. Yeah, we've got opened up an tenth of a second gap. It's awesome. Okay, now they're showing the restart on TV. Yeah, they showed the Mercedes driving in under. Oh, that's awesome. Did you see that? Did you see that, Brad? So watch this. So on TV, they're showing the Mercedes overshoot turn 10. They go right in front of us, and then obviously had to give it up. So, oh, here it is on the in-car too. Oh, that's great. All right, so yeah, kept the lead there. But yeah, the 79 is closing it up a bit. The gap was 8/10. Closed up to half a second. So that car does have some pretty good pace in it. So we'll have to see kind of what happens. Yeah, so held position, but that gap's now down to 2/10. So that Mercedes is right up on us now.
Yeah, I'm sure if it was up to Antonio, he'd be just I'll finish the race. Good. Stop bothering me.
So I'll have to keep an eye on this, guys. I think we've got a race right now with 79. See how aggressive he wants to be here. Show us back in through 10. Four tens, open it up a little bit.
You want me to go grab one kit and cover some questions?
Well, let's wait for Tyler to get on and get all this on. So again, yeah, Tyler, we expect him to be coming on sometime around 2. He's probably getting the 100 to go here soon. He's going to get set up.
Mobile One on the grid. If you look on Instagram, they did a little video. I saw their crew here today. They've been putting out a lot of content this weekend, but they did a little video for us next to some opera music, which is awesome.
You want to put a link to it?
Oh, I'll link it.
All right. See the link down low.
Actually, I will share it in our
Stream?
stories.
Oh, okay. All right. So
You just sit there and look pretty.
okay, that's my job. Sorry. Look at numbers and squiggly lines. So besides that pretty big crash we just had, it's been reasonably calm out on track. A lot of times at the start of the races when everyone's so jacked up, these cautions can just come one after another. And they kind of all feed on another, and it can be pretty awful. That everyone seems to have gotten calmed down and settling in pretty well here. What's nice right now is no traffic, so we got to do that restart at the head of the field, ahead of all the GT cars, AM and Pro. So I had a lot of free track in front of us, which is nice. Yeah, so if you look behind us and on TV, there's a huge row of cars racing hard, and we're kind of cruising out in front, which is just certainly a nice deal. Yeah, but that Mercedes is not wanting to back off. Pretty tight gap back to him. Not sure if he's going to set up to make a move or not.
Yeah, we're good. So Mobile One did that video on the last American race for the C8. There's a couple fans that posted the same thing, so I've been resharing them in our Instagram stories.
Oh, awesome. Yeah, so check out, make sure to keep up, with where we'll post some cool stuff. Yeah, we've got some video folks out here today too that are grabbing some content for us, which will be fun. Both TVUs today, but also, for whatever else we need. So yeah, again, I talked about a little bit at the beginning of this, but championship battle for the series is over. The Lexus guys have won it, but we're keen to race for this Endurance Cup, which is Daytona Sebring, Watkins Glen, and Road Atlanta. We're currently second in that, behind the 79 WeatherTech car. They have a 3-point lead. They have 33 points. We have 30 points that are awarded at the 4-hour mark, 8-hour mark, and 10-hour mark. So with 5 points for the leader at each of those points. So 5 points for the leader, 4 for second, for third. So we could pick up a point on them if we kind of stay in this running order here.
And we sent out a video kind of with the send off for Jordan on Thursday, and then Jordan and his team put one together and sent it out this morning, which was really, really well done. But I think it's funny. I don't know if you guys are all motorsports nerds or just sports car racing, but Jeff Gordon was on Sirius Satellite Radio XM, whatever it was earlier in the week, and he was basically saying drivers like Denny Hamlin that have these podcasts and all this other distraction stuff is a distraction, and he wasn't a fan of that. And I was like, wow, that's completely the wrong. I did not disagree with, or I did disagree with him on that take. And I'm curious for you guys, like seeing extra content like that, is that something that you guys look forward to? On top of the racing, granted, we're not racing IMSA every week, so I think some of that stuff helps fill the airwaves in between races. But again, I think all that stuff is great. And the better the story you can tell with the different forms of content on the different platforms, both new and traditional, I think it's just the total way to go.
Yeah, I'm with you, Brad. I really like all that. Keeps the conversation going between the races. Let's everyone know what everyone's doing and what's up to, and it's kind of fun to know what the drivers are up to when they're not racing cars and hear their opinions on what's going on in racing and the races and such.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, behind the scenes, there's plenty of great photography of yellow Corvette on track, but there's not a whole lot of stuff that is like truly behind the scenes.
Yeah. Yep, Antonio's still in the car, obviously. Hour 40 in, I think he'll do, next pit he'll probably be out, and then we'll get someone else in. And he'll obviously be back in later. Yeah. So right now, we were able to open a bit of a gap up now. We now have about a 1 second gap on 79. And a pretty big gap back to the 14. The 14 is now 7 seconds back. I want to take a look to see where we are with cars around us again. So, where are we here? Let's give this a second here. So we are there. There's 14, yeah, okay. So there's a boatload of GT cars between the 79 and the 14. That's why that gap is so big. So there's actually, let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's not count those. 1, 2. Actually, only a few. It's just that all the prototypes and LMP cars are stacked up in between us. So let's give that a little bit to see how that kind of washes out. So 1, 2, 3. Yeah, three GT cars between us.
Yeah. People that are commenting, they like the extra content too. I totally agree. I think that's why the comment that Jeff Gordon made was so not with it. Yeah, I agree. I did get some still pictures of the washer toss from Indy. I I'm not sure if anyone's ever won that. Do you know if anyone's won it?
Yep. So we're showing the race. We're showing like the view out of the 79 up to us, and actually, so for the viewers at home, another fun thing to do with the in-car cameras is that at this point, because we're leading and there's really nothing to see at the front of our windshield, switch to the 79s in-car, and you can see them behind us. That's probably more interesting. So let's do that.
You're such an innovator.
All right, so I'm gonna switch to the 79 here.
Watch a commercial first.
So they're just talking with Antonio. He's saying there's a lot of oil on the car or the reverse camera, so you really can't see very well out the back on the camera. So ask that the crew guys kind of radio in and keep them informed as to kind of what's going on back there. So yeah, we got the 79 up, so we can kind of see out front, which is pretty cool. So you can see the decent gap to us, but man, it looks like it closes up to the essence there.
Yeah, how do you get oil on the back camera? You run through and it gets sucked up.
Well, yeah, or it could be coming, out of your car, but I don't think that's the case.
So what? I know you're not there. What does the air look like when it passes over the car on top and underneath the diffuser? So it goes underneath the diffuser, underneath the car, and out the back. Does it go up? Yeah, causing car to spot more or less.
Well, behind the car. There's a pretty big wake, because the air ends like it's moving smoothly under the car, and then it comes up all of a sudden. So it's thrown into a turbulent. Yeah, turbulent.
So Morton, to answer your question, that's probably what happened. Is that it was oil from some other car. It was fairly fresh, and we drove through it, and it just by the natural reaction of the air passing over the
turbulence, and it turns around on itself. Yeah. Yeah, there's been no discussion about any engine concerns or anything, so I think we're fine there.
Yeah. Yeah, someone else's oil.
Yeah.
Not
Yeah.
our problem.
Yeah, I think we're okay.
Yeah, we have about 4 or 5 GM people watching the engine. I think we would hear something by then if it's our problem.
Yes. Yeah, so definitely seems like the race is kind of quieting now, which is nice. We are already 20 laps into this stint. So that first stint we ran 45 laps.
Okay. Give me your.
Yeah, so we ran 45 laps on the first stint. We're 20 into this one, but that first stint, many of those laps were under caution. So it'll be interesting to see how much more we can run. How many laps this one will be. I need to find a way to see how long this.
Cool. Thank you.
So the debris came off.
Is it? If any of you heard a small child screaming, you are correct. Score 10 points in your bingo card. Tommy Milner's family and 2 girls are here somewhere. They're coming in and out.
So Morton, so yeah, we had a damper top is what failed at Le Mans. So between the damper body and where it mounts to the chassis, that failed. So yeah, we had to come in and replace that. I think we did have a damper failure somewhere. Yeah. Well, that was a spring broke. That's super. We may have had a damper issue too.
I think it was the only other time I remember a suspension thing happening during the race.
All right, caps 1.7. Oh no, sorry, it's just jumped to 2.6. That's interesting. So if you can see the 79 making a watch the in car of the 79 here. So that must have happened. But also the gap jumped.
So you got a little out of whack.
Well, right now we can see that does not look like 2.6. But let's see if we can see 79 kind of make it oopsie here. Is that right?
Yeah, I don't know what number turn that is, but that's
6.
surprisingly banked pretty good for.
So that's 6 and the 7.
Yeah.
So there's a car off turn 11, but they're saying they don't think it's gonna affect it. We'll see that.
BMW. I'm going to go down and get a couple pictures on for it too.
So there no caution yet, at least. But there's some cars pitting, and they're saying the 79 full course yellow.
Not so exciting. I'll spare you.
Yeah, full course yellow from the number 1 Bimmer. And they're saying that the 79 is going in, or is in, and I think they induct in under yellow. All right, so yeah, the 79 pit, but the pit before pits closed, but now pits are closed. And it's a full course yellow. They haven't said. Yeah, so the 79 and the 9 got in, which is good. So it's advantageous to get in the pits right before a caution, because you can get the benefits of the less time of a pit stop, but you don't have the the downside of potentially losing track position against other cars, and then other cars who do pit more under the proper caution, they will cycle behind you because you got in there first. So yeah, that car's buried in. So we are 24 laps into that stint. We still could probably run at least 15 more. 2 cars were able to get in. So that's a 79 and a 9 in our class. And then we will have a fuel disadvantage here, right? Because yeah, so Morton, we could run another 18 laps probably if we needed to, but we're large probability that everyone in our class is going to pit here, including us, because we stopped before the last caution. We have a longer fill that we're going to have more time fueling the car, so there's a good chance that we're going to lose a couple spots on this stop. But I expect everyone's going to come in, so I'll have to keep an eye on that. So the 79 and the 9 Porsche definitely have an advantage because they're able to duck in under that caution. So there's a good chance that they'll cycle up to the front. So seeing how many cars are behind us here. Yeah, so hopefully we won't be too bad off taking a couple extra seconds of fuel, but we'll probably lose 2 or 3 spots. So pit's open prototype, so we won't be pitting this lap, but probably the next. So again, if you're watching the track map, you can see them all stacked up there behind the safety car, going through turn 10 now. So yeah, so looking at everyone's hitting the pits, it looks like here on the prototype side. All right, so I'm gonna switch back to the Corvette camera here. And I am gonna check on how Tyler's getting on. He's getting close. Okay, so they just radioed to Antonio. We're pitting and doing a driver change. So we'll see the pits opening this lap for us. Yeah, so there's one AM car between us and the 14, and then the 2363 are right behind them. So, and we have to take, let's see here, we have to take about 5 seconds more fuel. So we're going to lose some spots. All right, so so you can see them on the track map coming in through 12 now. So we're going into the pits like now. And if you're watching the in car, you'll see us on the back straight. So you'll see it on TV here in a little bit. Oh yeah, wow! So on TV they're showing that the wheeling car got hit coming out of the pits by the BMW and did some pretty significant damage. Okay, so we are in the pits. I hear him on the radio now. So keep a close look at the standings here. We'll be able to see how many spots we lose. Yeah, TV, they're showing us pitting right now. So yeah, they're showing our stuff on TV right now. Which is super awesome. So watch that. Yeah, Antonio's out. Jordan's getting in. Brian Hoyle's buckling them in. So that's a tough one. It's a quick driver change. So so pit exit was closed. So we're all kind of stacked up. So how did that cycle out? So that actually cycled out really good, guys. So we only lost one spot we lost one spot to the 14. Not bad at all, considering we had basically a 5 second fuel disadvantage. So that's a very good stop. That worked out really well. All right, so yeah, so the 01 cars got damaged. They're going to have to come in. They're showing new tail section ready to go on. That's unfortunate for them. But again, this is a super long race. Plenty of time to make some mistakes and cut back. Okay. Yeah. So they're showing the replay on TV. Basically, what happened is the pits were closed. The Cadillac got on the brakes, realized it almost too late, stopped past the light. And then the BMW ran into him. So yeah, so now we got Jordan in the car. Only, like I said, only lost one spot. Pretty good exchange there, or one spot more than we expected. So we are 1, 2, 3, 4th now. Pretty good situation.
I'll post the video of the driver change on Twitter and Instagram and Facebook. Really good, fast stop.
Yeah, it was fast.
The weather is amazing.
Yeah.
The Porsche is being fixed. They're working on it in their pits, which is probably 15 down behind us. And then the BMW that just crashed, they just dropped it off right here. It's basically at the back of our trailer right now. The car looks pretty tore up, but I think they're eyeballing to see if they can get it back out.
They're showing them fixing on TV now. All right, 2 hours in. So remember, the first goalpost on this race is that 4-hour mark for the points for the Endurance Cup. So we're gonna be keeping an eye on that, and ideally wanting to be get some points on the 79 and the 14. Right now, we're behind both of them.
And we are, what did you say, 4th?
Down to 4th, yeah. You can say that the 9 and the 79 picked up spots because they dove in right before the full first caution. All right, Tyler messaged. He's in. He's starting to get set up down there. So Tyler's going to be joining here in a little bit. So that'll be good. Charlie's chiming in. She lost Peacock. Sorry, Charlie. I'm on Peacock here. We're good at the moment. But I did have, I periodically have had where I kind of get kicked off and have to log back in. Okay, so now they're showing the BMW changing the nose, so that the BMW ran into the back of the one Cadillac. So yeah, so you probably took on some damage. One thing that's amazing about these GTP cars is how fast they can change bodywork and components on these cars. They're really well designed to have components change so quickly. All right, so looking at how this is all kind of stacking up for the restart is, so you got the 79, the 9, there's one GTD AM car between them and the 14, and then we're right up against the 14. Still pretty busy out there, Brad?
Yeah, I mean, people have gone back out
Spread
to where
around.
they're going to watch. So the pit road is not as congested as it used to be. But
Yeah.
again, I can't overstate how nice the weather is.
Yeah, it looks beautiful now. The whole week's been kind of interesting with the weather. Kind of looks like kind of cloudy, kind of drizzly, but every day, both days, and now it's really kind of clearing up, looking gorgeous. Yeah. So all the wave arounds and pass bys and class splits and blah blah blah. We're kind of reaching the end of all that. So I'll be waiting for the lights out deal. And we'll get ready to go here. So they're calling out on race control, reordering a few cars. Sometimes it kind of gets shuffled on how you exit the pits or pass arounds and all that. So they kind of reshuffling a couple of cars, making sure they're right. So yeah, GTP classes as always seems to be having lots of drama. So right now we got the 01 who's not in contention for the championship. In first, the 24 who is not in contention for the championship. In second, the 5 who also is not in contention for the championship. So the first car that's in contention is the 10, which is the Acura, down in 5th. The 6 Porsche is out, and the 31 and the 25 got together. So the 10 is looking kind of pretty at the moment on all that, but after the class splits and whatever, they'll probably all be back together.
Technical difficulties with
Yeah, they're all in the same lab. So. All right, they just called lights out this time by, so they'll be restarting next lap. So yeah, you can kind of see where they are with the track map. So the safety cars about to head into 6. Showing a little race cap on TV. So yeah, all the spins before the race even started. That's happened a few times now. There was another race where everyone was spinning out before the race even started. So again, I think it's when it is a little cooler. You guys are being more aggressive trying to warm up their tires that they start spinning out. Joseph said, you know, Jordan once posted a pic of him on Instagram, so he's a big deal. Yeah, a legend. So they just called on race control, prepare for the restart. Oh, look at that. That's not good. Oh, they're showing the recaps here. So green flag. Looks like it's on lap behind. So they called a restart, so we should see it on TV here in a second.
Sorry guys, I'm trying to get this video uploaded. It's taking its sweet ass time.
Are you not on Wi-Fi?
I tried flipping because the Wi-Fi was not.
It's called PME.
Yeah.
It stops right there.
I know, but it wasn't really helping that much.
All right, see if we can show the restart here. Okay, now there's a restart on TV.
Oh.
So they're calling a lot of penalties for people running the pit exit lights. So some of these P cars are going to have to come into penalties. That's gonna shake up their deal.
He is doing the bike. Yeah. I like that one. How is that?
Okay, so driver changes posted on Instagram, so you can see that.
Yeah.
I was.
All right. Yeah.
All right. So Antonio Garcia just walked in. You couldn't even tell he was in the car.
Barely cracked a sweat.
Yeah. All right. So if they're going to show a restart, looks like if you're watching the in-car, you can see the restart now. So our restarts basically seems to always be going down into 10, which is fine. Works out fine. But yeah, all those cars look pretty tight, running 79, 9, 14, 3, all kind of stacked up. Is there something else in there? Or is that? Yeah, we're kind of all lined up. It's kind of fun. So the in-car is kind of going to be fun to watch with us all kind of stacked up. 4 cars separated by a second and a half. So you see the on the TV, is that the 31 caddy and the 25 are in the penalty box, and now the Aston, there's an Aston had the penalty too.
Twitter is not behaving. So the video is now posted on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. I posted it on Twitter. It went up after a while, and it shows on the main feed, but on our profile, it doesn't show it. Twitter is having some boo-boos.
It will in a couple moments, I'm sure. So yeah, the GTP class is getting kind of shooken up by those penalties for sure. So let's see where that shakes out. Oh, the 25 just got another penalty. So in GTP, all these cars that are leading are not in the championship battle. The 24 is the first one. Sorry, the 10 is the first one down in 5th spot. And then the 6, Penske is out, which we talked about. The where are those cars? Oh, they're going to be way down here. There's 31 and the 25. They're way down because they just had a drive-through penalty plus 60. I think is what I heard. So they
6-0.
Yeah, I think so. So they just served some pretty nasty penalties and are a lap, maybe 2 laps down. So right now the 10's looking super healthy on their championship. But again, we got 7 hours and 40 minutes to go. So Jordan did radio in, talk about the rear view camera getting a little dirtier than it was. But then on the radio, the guys are saying everything with the engine looks okay. To keep an eye on it. So I think we probably are leaking something. But no talk yet of trying to add fuel or add oil. We do have a lot of very fast ways to add oil, so that is not an issue to add oil if we need to.
Yikes.
Yeah. So the 25 had that pass through for violating the pit exit. And then they got another one for causing that incident.
Second, 30 minutes. Or this stuff down. Great job.
So a spin, LMP2 spin. No caution, I don't think. Getting turned around, yeah. LMP2. Oh, yeah, what is that? Oh, my gosh.
It's aggressive.
Yes. He's back on track, no caution. All is good there. So in our class, no change in the running order, 79 at front, that 9 Porsche second, 14 third, and we're down to fourth. The 79 has opened up a bit of a gap though. Porsche's half a second back, 14's 2 seconds back, 2.5 seconds, we're 3 seconds back. So we're starting to get in some traffic. See cars coming around us. Traffic's been not as insanely terrible as I thought it would be with 50-something cars on the track. Oh, sure, the 25 is that him? Yeah, that. So the 25 is in the pits at the beginning. This is serving as penalty for the causing the incident that's running into the 31. So when you are summoned to the pits for a penalty, basically what happens is you come in and you go to the and there's a penalty box.
Lamborghini. I don't know if it's Tiger.
Yeah, there's some smoke there. There's some traffic for you. Yeah, just as I said, there's no traffic. We show the TV and it's like 100 cars going around the track.
2x2.
2x2, yeah.
4 wide now. On the front stretch.
So they just radioed to Jordan, telling him that the whole P car field is 7 seconds back, meaning that he's going to need to be ready for a big rush of cars. And again, because the camera's dirty, got to be much more on the point with communicating that that's happening.
So how does
I need to start thinking about getting Tyler the link.
what does communication look like on our team? Because there's no spotter. There's all sorts of things going on. Is there like one person on our pit box that's dedicated to like track situational awareness stuff, and then another strategy?
So Andy typically who's the engineer, will look after keeping it informed of traffic.
Yep.
If things start to get very busy with traffic, and Andy's very busy, a lot of times like the team manager will step in and also assist with that.
Yep.
But Andy's been calling it out right now. So you should all remember Andy. He was on for our last our Fuji.
Yep.
That was really fun. And then speaking of engineers, Tyler's getting ready now. I need to get him the link. So Joseph, why don't they do spotters like NASCAR? Some teams do. Some teams will put people at the high traffic areas to help spot. We do not. We rely more on the just the using the data and stuff. So Jordan just called in and said the tires don't feel amazing. The car feels up on top of the track, which is actually, he's been hanging out in NASCAR too long. That's very NASCAR thing to say. They say the car is in the track or out of the track, and what that kind of means is the tires just aren't sticking like they would expect them to. So I just comms with Tyler. He's getting set up now, so we'll probably see him pop on here too. So Ray, good question. Do manufacturers bring their own offices for engineers to each track? Yes, they do. So Porsche, GM, whomever, all have a trailer pretty similar to this trailer, honestly, that's set up with rows of desks for engineers to look. Here, let me try this. Well, actually, it's that camera. Let me try something here really quick. So if I take our camera, you can see behind. So we basically have a bench of yeah, there's Pratt. and then you can see down at the back. So we got two benches of engineer spots. Everyone's down at the track, obviously, which is nice. And then here, I'll spin it around a little further. And up there, there's a door, and that's to the driver lounge. It's up there. So I don't know what sort of mess that's going to cause. We'll have to re-game our camera. Just this. What a mess did I just cause here, Brad. This camera's got a mind of its own. To readjust it. There you go, Brad. I didn't want you to left that way. There we go, perfect. Yeah, so Ray's saying, yeah, with so many people at the track, how does the internet work for you guys? They barely get service at right. So there's two options. They'd run you can get like a hard line at the track. So you plug right into basically cable internet. It's pretty large fee for that. In each connection you pay for. But the other thing that's really changed things is Starlink. So on this trailer, for example, we're wired into Starlink and solely relying on that. We're not on cable internet.
Yeah, so we have at least 4 or 5. We have 4 televisions, a couple of laptops, 2 phones, 3 or 4 phones probably all together.
Yeah,
so
actually it works pretty well.
So it was working pretty good.
So Joseph, we did do tires and fuel on that last stop. Yeah, so we have tires and fuel. So yeah, so the other thing to see on this is, we're 3 seconds back on the 79. But if I look at refuel time, so because they pit lap 68, we pit lap 72, we have a fueling advantage on 79 and the 9. Right now, it looks to be about 4 seconds. So if everyone was to pit right now, and everybody kind of cycles through, we can take 4 seconds less fuel and pass them. Because right now we have a 3 second. We're behind in 3 seconds.
I don't know why I just saw it yesterday, but I saw the actual mechanism of the button to shine the light for fueler. So when the car comes into pit and we need a certain amount of time of fuel, there is a person with notes, and then they get the direction from the team on how many seconds of fuel we're going to take. That person sits on top of the fuel rig, which is kind of like away from the actual racetrack. And he sits up there, and there's a box with a button. So the fueler jumps over the wall, plugs the fueling rig into the car, starts fueling the car, and there is the second person watching a timer. And as soon as they hit their desired amount of fuel time, you'll push a button on the box that will light up a light on the fueling handle on the rig itself, on the hose, on the end of the hose, and that signifies the fueler to pull the hose out of the car and off they go. So that's how they manage fueling time and making sure that everyone's on the same page and they're not having that hose plugged in longer than they should.
Yes, Jordan's doing a great job out there. He's been in now since lap 78, or sorry, lap. So he's 19 laps into the stint here. We are running like 121 3s to 5s. The 14 is running about the same. So they kind of opened up that gap of about 2.5 3 seconds, just kind of holding our gap back to 14, maybe closing a little bit. Yeah, so the gap to 79 has come down a little bit, but really just kind of holding steady. Yeah, so it looks like we closed down quite a bit on the 14. Our gap to the 14 is quite small. Yeah, right in our sights if you're watching on TV. Yeah, so it looks like everyone. So the 79 looks a lot closer than they have. But I guess things have tightened up a little bit. Yes, on that amount of time. So coming up on 2.5 hours. Yeah, 7.5 to go. Call it. A beautiful sunny day here in Atlanta. Absolutely gorgeous. So, Brad.
Yes.
On your reporting duties this morning, did you find about anyone's interesting birthdays?
No.
To celebrate our anniversaries?
No. Ryan Smith had a birthday, but he missed it by a day. His birthday was yesterday. He's the PR guy for Team Chevy.
Yeah, so Ryan Smith does all the pre-event releases and does the Team Chevy Twitter, things like that. So that's been kind of quiet as of late. Things have quieted down on their media side due to the UAW strikes. Oh, my earpiece is going down. Switch earpieces.
But yeah, the reason Luke asked me that question is that Hannah Newhouse. So if you watch on Peacock, she's a pit road reporter that kind of just basically the whole race walks up and down pit road. Obviously, because it's a longer race, they need more content. So I talked with her the other day, and she said, "Whatever you have, let me know, just so they have something to go to." If it's during a lull and everything's just kind of running as is, they can go to these little pieces of tidbits and content and interesting little stories, so they have something to go to fill the airtime. We are not professional broadcasters, so we can kind of just rely on that fact. But when you're the broadcaster for the race, and you have a full crew here and people all over up in the booth and then walking up pit road, they have to be pretty tight. And this is fairly stressful for us, just to make sure, because we kind of nitpick at each other and be like, oh, I think we needed to talk more this time or not. So we definitely analyze the stuff that we do, both this and the podcast. But I can imagine there's a whole other level of anxiety on live television and saying the right facts.
Yeah.
Not putting any misinformation
Well,
out.
they have producers, which helps.
Being timely. Yeah.
Yeah, so they got producers in their ears telling them what to say, when to say it. All right, so Tyler's getting set up. He should be joining. That'll be fun to get him on. We're gonna have to get him up to speed on what's happening.
Did he bring his laptop, or does he use it?
He brings this.
Assuming there's a camera in his laptop.
Yeah. We already we stole some of the equipment from the. You walked in there, and there's missing cameras.
Place got robbed.
Oh, that's Morton's saying I prefer to hear broadcasters talk when they have something to say.
Yeah.
So you guys are doing a good job. You don't want to hear, me once rambling for 10 hours.
Right.
Yeah, that's what we try to do. Yeah, so now the gap has opened up. So the 79's found a bit of pace there. And it's kind of opened things up. We've actually dropped off a little. Let me look at lap times. If there's anything obvious that kind of jumps out here. Yeah, it looks like if anything, the Lexus has picked up and started to run a little bit quicker. I'm looking through the sector times, seeing if anything is jumping out. It does look like the 14 is starting to run a little bit quicker for whatever reason. One plot I look at a lot is gap. So it's just basically like on the screen, you have gap in class, like gap in class number. But I look at it in a plot, which is kind of nice to see. So you can see if it's going up or going down. And right now the gap is climbing for both us, the 14, and it's the gap to the 79 car, the Mercedes. So the Mercedes and the 9 seem to be running with a pretty steady gap of about half a second to a second. Our gaps for the last 5 laps and that of 14 has been growing. So you can tell it's growing from. Yeah, it's been growing from what was about 2 seconds up to about 3 or 4. So yeah, now we're at about 4.5 seconds back behind the 70. So the 79 is running 121 threes, fives. That's about what we were running. We slowed down a bit. Yeah, we were starting to run more like 6 and 7s, 21 6, 21 7. So we slowed down a little bit. There was 120. We just ran a 127. The 79 just ran a 121.5. So picking up a couple tenths.
What do you think with the feedback that Jordan gave when he got in? What would it be a general cost of that?
Tire pressures potentially. So, we could be, with the cooler weather, we may have been running higher tire pressures because there's less tire temp and build in the tires. Now that the track's getting hotter, our tire temp might be higher, and we might be, eclipsing where we want to be in terms of temp pressures. So something we might do is, on this next set of tires, adjust down pressures. So we're getting close to more of that ideal hot pressure target and the temp target as the track. So I think that's probably the most obvious thing that's happening or would happen. So they just radioed to Jordan. He's telling him he's got about 23, 24 laps to go. So let me look at stint wise. Yeah, we are 26 laps in, so they're targeting running about 50-ish laps. So we're kind of like halfway through the stint. So I want to check, make sure I have a stint that's all correct here. So Jordan just radioed, just saying that he doesn't know what can be done, but it seems like the car is greasy. Complaining that not a lot of grip in the car.
Okay, so my guess is parking.
Okay. Yeah, if you want to. So Tyler's working on getting set up, so we'll have him on here soon. Yeah, so they're talking on the radio a bit. They're saying track temp hasn't really changed much. So they're trying to understand a little bit what's going on with the with his comments. See, gap has been growing, might be stabilizing a bit now. I don't know. It's hard to say. Yeah, kind of quiet at the moment. So gap's coming down a little bit now, actually. So it grew a little bit, now it's coming down to 4.5, closer to 5. We're running kind of 127, 121 sevens to 127 nines. The 79 slow down a little bit there. Yeah, so the 79 slowed down a little bit. They had one lap that was pretty well off pace. It was 122.4, and then ran a 121.7, so back on pace. So I think that's just getting into some traffic a little bit. Yeah, so some traffic happening, which impacts lap times here a little bit. So the crew's talking a little bit about what to do adjustment-wise here. So Ray's asking how many pit stops planned during the 10-hour race. So Ray, in simple terms, we can run about an hour, make for about nine stops, you would think. But then, because of cautions and things like that, it might well be more. Last year we ended up with 12 stops. We have 13 sets of tires we can use, so we got to keep an eye on that. So it'll be probably somewhere between 9 and 12, we would typically say is where we're going to end up. So far we've done 3 stops. So one on lap 15, one on lap 15, one at 68 at the moment. So yeah, depending on when the cautions fall, sometimes we want to pit on those, sometimes we won't. Ideally, like what the 79 and the 9 did, is you want to sneak in right before the caution is thrown, because then you get all the good of the caution, and can be the first one in, which means when everyone else pits, they end up behind you. So that's kind of the best scenario, the best move to make, and everyone tries to predict those cautions. Everyone's kind of looking for when an incident happened. Like what happened with the BMW, they got into the wall, and everyone's kind of watching to see, are they going to be able to get out of the wall without, a caution being thrown or not. Sometimes they can just put it reverse back out and go on their merry way. So if you did go in the pits at that point, that would not have been great. But if you can say for certain that the caution is coming and you got in, that's a pretty big advantage, because you can get in and out before anyone else does. Okay, so now the gap has really opened up. The gap has grown to 7 seconds, and the reason why it closed and then opened is because of traffic. So basically, we were able to close the gap in because the 79 got into traffic, and then once we got into traffic, it slowed us down and caused it to grow a whole bunch. So yeah, if you're watching the in car, you can see it. We're behind the 66 car, which is kind of slowing us down for sure. Let's see if I can see that in the lap times. Yeah, so you can see that in the lap times. We've dropped down to into the high 121s and into the 22s, but we just got by the 66.
So those headsets, turn them on. That's it.
Correct.
Then we can talk. All
Should. Yeah. So there's a lot of chuckling going on the radio. So Jordan didn't like how he was passed by the 10 car, and that's the Wayne Taylor racing car, and the guy who's driving that car is Ricky Taylor. So he didn't like how Ricky passed him there, so they're chuckling that he's gonna go talk to his dad. Dad, Ricky didn't pass me fair. So it is funny. So one thing you do hear on the radio a lot. Oh, there's a car in the gravel. Hold on, really quick. Car off turn 5. So if it looks like it's a big spin, they may try to get in. And again, watching the get in. Okay, pits are closed, so we're not gonna. All right, so Tyler's getting ready to join.
in the portal.
He's gonna come into the portal. All right, so full course caution here. We have yet to see what it's from.
No, it's stuck.
Yeah, current stuck. Hey Tyler, you got us. No, yeah, turn that picture. Hockey game? No. Do we hear them when they're in the?
I don't think so. You were just telling them.
Yeah, you can hear us, so that's good. Let me check. Let me just do a speaker test. Yeah, that works. Okay. Our speakers work. All right. Well, we're gonna add Tyler in. Hopefully, we can get the audio working here pretty quick. All right. There we go. Hey Tyler, how are you?
Good. How are you guys?
Good.
We're good.
We got you. You sound great. So, Tyler flew in from Michigan this morning. He's in our North Carolina studios, approximately 3.5 hours away from the racetrack. Welcome. Welcome to the show.
Hey, how are you? I'm Brad. We didn't. I was not on the stream last time you were. Thanks for joining.
Hey, Brad.
So yeah, for those who have not met Tyler, Tyler is the engineer for the WEC program. So he is a Le Mans champion, a WEC World Series champion. He came on and did this with us at VIR. It was awesome. It was a lot of fun. So yeah, he's back. How you doing so far today, Tyler?
Good. Yeah. Just doing the travel thing, trying to get into the studio. So we're here.
Right on.
Looks like everything's going well in the race so far.
Yeah. Have you been able to keep up, or should we give you a rundown?
I have not been able to keep up. I'm just looking at the timing and scoring now.
Yeah. Okay. So let's do a quick recap.
Take it away.
So let's see if I can get this right. So we started second. Pretty drama-free start to the race. We were able to get a pass on the 14. I don't know, some point during the race. Basically, what did we do? So the 14 got stuck in some traffic, and we were able to kind of close that gap, and then right after we got through the traffic, we were able to pass and get into the lead. That was awesome. Then first pit stops came, or there was an early caution. Half the field pit. We did not. We stayed out. That was about lap 15, I think it was. So we stayed out to protect our track position. Then there was a caution on lap. I'll tell you on lap, because we have that technology. Lap 6:46, there was a caution. That was a big wreck. That was the 9 Porsche. Got into it, passing a car. And I think they're still fixing their car right now. Nice back out here. Anyways, big wreck with the number 9 GTP Porsche. We actually pit under green, coincidentally, like right before that happened. We pit actually early than we were intending, because we got into a bunch of traffic, so they're like, let's pit. So we pit then, and that was lap whatever. I'll tell you about that. It was lap 50. No, that's not us. We pit lap 45. Yeah, so that was lap 45. We got in. That actually played out really well, because the caution came out right after that. We cycled through to the front, which is great, and we're leading. We had about a 4 or 5 second fuel disadvantage, though, right? Because we pit before the stop, and then everyone had to pit during the caution. Then there was another caution around lap 70, I think it was. The whole GT field pit at that point. We lost some spots, partly because the the 79 and the 9 got in before the caution was thrown. We did not, unfortunately. So they jumped up ahead, and then we lost another spot to the 14 in the pits, because we had the longer fuel time, right, because of the previous stop.
Yep.
And anyway, so since then we've been trucking along in fourth place. So some of the exciting things are we appear to be losing a little bit of oil. The rear camera keeps picking up oil. Everything regarding the engine looks okay. So no drama there, so that's okay. Jordan got in on that last stop. He's complaining that the car feels a little, on top of the track, not a lot of grip. But other than that, seems okay. And he's asking that to make sure to kind of clean the rear camera, because it's got oil on it, so we can see.
Right. Okay.
And I think they're going to try to add some oil on the stop. So we're under caution right now. GTP pits are open. You can see all those cars coming in. I would expect all the GT cars are going to come in on this stop. So on this stop, we have a fuel advantage over the 9 and the 79, a fuel time advantage. So we might pick up some. We might pick up the 70. We should be able to pick up the 79 and the 9. But we're on the same as the 14. So if we have a really good stop, we might be able to jump to the top. At a minimum, we should be able to get the 79 and the How's
All
that
right.
for a race? How's that for a race recap, Tyler?
Yeah, thanks for catching me up.
And for everyone else who wants kind of a recap, that's a good recap. So
Sounds
yeah,
like-
no driver change, but fuel and tires and oil this time. So they're in the pits right now.
Yep.
And we should see it on TV here in a few moments. So yeah, you're all set up okay in the studio there, Tyler?
Yeah, all set up. Just getting back up to speed and making sure I understand where we're at so that I can give us some good insight.
Yeah. All right, so I think we picked up some cars.
Yeah, I think we probably
There we go.
we beat both the Mercedes and the Lexus out. We beat everybody out. There
Yep.
you go.
Awesome. Wow, there you go, guys. The Corvette pit crew coming through for us. So hopefully they'll show our stop. So hopefully, if you're watching the in-car, they'll show. We can definitely see it on the in-car, and maybe on TV. So I've got the in-car for me. I don't know about you, Tyler. I've got them running down the backstretch right now.
They should be on the backstretch. I do not have the in-car working at the moment.
Yeah. So Sean's asking, where can the race be viewed? So streaming on Peacock, Sean. At the moment, it's going to go on USA later today. And then, or you can go to imsa.com/live, and you can get the in-car there. Yeah, so in the in-car, yeah, I see us going through 10. So yeah, I can see them right now going down pit lane for the stop. All right, so I can see the pit stop about to happen. I don't know about you at home if we're all delayed about the same or not. So yeah, going into the pits fourth, see everyone peeling off.
I'll show you.
Yeah, we're in. We're in stopping. Yeah, so I'm watching the stop here. Looks like a super clean stop.
Yeah, so we race one car and it's so this
Looks like we have one GTD car being driven by Sheena Monk right now. That's in front of us. But she's the car immediately in front or behind the safety car. So they will split the classes and then she'll come back right in front of us.
Yeah, and so when they do the class split, they clump us all together with Am Pro, right? So we won't.
Correct.
We
Yeah.
won't be around. Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So she'll cycle backwards until she meets us, and she'll stay right in front of us. It looks like since she's in the GTD class, she's a second and a half off of our current pace. So it shouldn't be an issue.
Yep. So we got a couple questions here. What options are there when pitting, changing the tires with different tire pressures, anything besides that. So, there's quite a few adjustments for them you can make. Some take more time than others, so some you may not want to do. The typical things, and Tyler could chime in better on this than I. Tire pressures for sure. Another one that we make sure is really, really easy to do is the rear bar. So those are the two most common. But what else, Tyler, can they do in a typical pit stop?
So generally for IMSA, since we can do tires and fuel in parallel, is what we say. So we can do them at the same time. You wouldn't do anything like a split set of tires where you only do half of a side of the car or the rear or something like that, which is something that you might do in WEC. So for IMSA, yeah, you're really looking at changing tires, and that can have different tire pressures. And then another option would be short filling the car. So if we want to gain track position at the expense of fuel range for the next stop, we can do that.
Yeah, that's right. So the other thing, Tyler, storylines for today that we're tracking is the Endurance Cup Championship.
Mm-hmm.
So, Lexus clinched the series championship this morning just by starting, but it's a pretty close, tight race for the Endurance Cup. Right now, we've got the WeatherTech cars actually leading that series. They've got 33 points, and we've got 30, so we're 3 points behind. Points for that are awarded at the 4, 8, and 10-hour mark. And the points go 5 for first, 4 for second, 3 for third. So it's like 1 point difference between every position. So right now, if we finish like this at 4 hours, we would pick up 2 points.
2 points on the Mercedes, yep.
On the Mercedes, and it would be 1 point back. And would pick up another point on the Lexus. Lexus is 2 points behind us. So I'm going to I'll drop those point standings in the chat so you can see them. So that's something we're watching, and the guys have definitely prioritized trying to win that championship and obviously win the race, since we can't win the series championship now.
Right.
So they're actually briefing Jordan right now on this.
Yep, so we should be able to make it on fuel at this point, since the fuel range is around an hour. We're at 3:08 elapsed. Sounds like we have a P3 car stranded as well, so the yellow is going to be extended, which just helps us for this 4 hour mark.
Yep. Yeah, so they just briefed Jordan on this, letting him know the situation, that we're racing hard to this 4 hour mark, that the guys behind him are the guys that need to get points on, so to not let him by and race hard. So I would suspect we're going to race here pretty hard for the next hour here.
Yep. Yeah, I mean, this is what we're going for.
This is almost like NASCAR and stage racing a little bit.
In a way, yeah.
It was
Probably figured out by the same people that did that.
Yeah. Yeah, is this Endurance Cup pretty new?
I think they've had it for 4 or 5 years now.
Okay. Yeah, so a lot of cars on track. They tied the record for the most number of entries for this event with 52. 52 cars. So there's a boatload of cars, and quite honestly, it's been pretty drama free considering that many vehicles. Keep an eye out. I'm sure they'll show it, Tyler. They'll show the replay of the 6 car, the Porsche crashing it. They had a pretty big crash.
Yeah, I think I did see a replay. It was entering 10A, correct?
Yes.
Down that hill in the braking zone. So Sheena Monk, they did pit after pits open for everybody. So we are now GT leader overall. Possibly going green on the next lap. They have to flat toe that P3 car.
Yeah, where is that car stuck?
Looked like he was stopped in the back straight, maybe in between turn 8 and 9. So if you're watching on our in-car, we should be passing it soon.
Yeah, turn 10. Turn 10. Yep. So the other exciting thing for this race, not so close to us, Tyler, or relevant to us, but the GTP class is all stacked up for their for the series points.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, whoever finishes first between the 31 Whelen Cadillac, the 10 Acura, the 6 Porsche, and the 25 BMW is going to win the overall. And there's been a lot of drama there. So the 6 Porsche crashed out, and then the 31 Whelen and the 21 or 25 BMW had contact in the pits. So basically, what happened there, 31 was coming out of the pits, and the pits were closed, and realized that at the last second, slammed on the brakes. He had already officially exited pits, like past the line. The 25 slammed into the back of him. They both were penalized for exiting the closed pits, so they both had to serve a stop. I think a stop plus 60 for that. But then the 25 also got another penalty for causing the incident, so he had to come in again. So they lost at least a lap. Let me see where they are now. So the 25, no, they're all back on the same lap now, but are pretty far down there. And in that championship, the Ricky Taylor is looking pretty healthy in the Acura, but it looks like they got their lap back on that stop. So they're kind of back in it really now. So yeah,
That's
so
good.
now it's going to be between the 10, the 25, and where's the 31 and the 31? Both
and the 31. Yeah, it looks like everyone. There's 9 cars on the lead lap in GTP.
They're all on the same lap now. Yeah. All right, they're going green here. Sounds like. So we can in the trailer, I can hear them all buzzing by as it goes green, which is super cool. So our turn 1 on a restart is really turn 10 because we restart basically on the back straight. All right, let's see how this restart plays out.
The broadcast is going green now. Yep.
I'm gonna do a little Twitter message here on our deal here. That was pretty cool. Let's see if I can figure this out.
Sounds like the 79 is getting a penalty for fuel time. So their fuel fill time was too fast, so they're getting a penalty.
Yes, just heard that. So that's what we had at Road America.
Yes, yeah.
That really stuck. So what that is for everybody is the speed, the rate at which you can fuel the car is limited. You have to fuel. You can't exceed a certain fuel rate, and they measure that with a fuel flow meter on the car or on the fuel rig. And what's tricky about these fueling rigs is if you're doing a full fill versus a partial fill, the rate that the tank can get fuel out is different. So if you're not careful if you optimize your fuel rig to fill on a full fill, if you're doing a partial fill, you can easily get yourself into trouble, which is what happened to us at Road America. So the 79 guys on this stop are in the same thing that we lived throughout Road America. So that'll actually be good for us a lot, right? Because that will push them down to only getting 2 points for the
right. Unless it goes yellow, they'll drop from second probably down to
7th or 8th, right?
It might even be 8th. Yeah, it would probably be 8th. So dead last, unless there's a safety car from here.
Yeah, so the way the points go is 5, 4, 3, and then everyone else gets 2 for running. So they would get 2, we'd get 5, we'd pick up 3 points, and we'd be tied on that. If we finish as we're running right now, which is still 41 minutes left.
Yep.
So yeah, it looks like that we got. Well, they passed us on the restart. It looks like, which if you're watching the in-car, I think we're about to see right now.
And they should have called him in at this point. You have 3 laps to serve a penalty, and if you don't serve it within 3 laps, you incur another penalty.
Yeah, so I'm watching the restart to see when or watching the in-car to see if I can see when he got by. Yeah, so either they won their argument or they're going to get another penalty, huh?
Believe it's, so when they say 3 laps, it's like 3 crossings of start finish. So they should be,
Lap.
they should be in this lap.
So I'm watching the in-car. It's after the restart, and the car's on the backstretch. So I wonder if we get past on the backstretch here going at 10. Let's watch here. No, still not seeing it.
Yeah, the guys on the pit stand are expecting them to serve up their penalty this lap.
All right, let's see if we see the pass here. Man, this in-car must be really delayed. still haven't seen the ass.
Yeah, it's about a half a lap delayed. So the 79 in real time is serving their penalty.
Yeah, now the 7.7.
So that's a just a drive through. So that's worth about 35 seconds. They'll come out behind. They'll come out about 35 seconds behind. Yeah, they're exiting the pits now.
Yeah, down to 7th. Yeah, so Ben Barnicoat is right on our tail, 3/10 back. So this is when it's good to switch your in-car to the Lexus, and you can watch us through their car. I'm switching over now. All right, here we go. Okay, 38 minutes to that 4-hour mark. Yeah, so I'm looking at the Lexus in-car, but it's the 12 car, not the 14. That's interesting.
Okay, so we are definitely, if you are watching the 14 in-car, we are spitting some oil at them.
Yeah, no, there's no 14. There's only a number 12 in-car. They put the in-car in the 12 car.
There is, it's just not labeled as Lexus, it's just labeled Michelin.
Oh yeah. They're just, let's see. There we go. All right. So yeah, they're half a second back on us. Oh wow! So the 9, they're just showing the 9 car on TV. It's missing left front fender. It looks like.
Oh, yep, it's sitting there right on the exit of the last corner, which could that could create a safety car. It depends on how IMSA views that as a safety item or not.
That seems to be a pretty common thing on those 9s, or sorry, on those Porsches. Is the seems like those fenders come off really easy.
Yeah, the Porsche is built so that you can change all the parts very quickly. But because of that, if you either install them wrong or if you bump them, you can lose bodywork like that.
Yeah, so you're right. So I got the 14 up, and you can see the oil on the windscreen. Yep, so
I'm going
it's
to pop
pace
off
files.
here for a moment. I'll be right back.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, it looks like our pace is pretty good. Holding about a half a second to Lexus, and then 63 is down to a second. So, yeah, Joseph, I see your comment about and Morton about the fuel penalty. Yeah, that having flashbacks of that for sure. But yeah, no. So I think I talked about this. Whatever race was after Road America, but after Road America, we went back and did quite a lot of did some studies on the fueling speed and rate, and went next level on the science behind that, and came up with some pretty clever ways to make sure we're on top of the fueling speed and that we wouldn't receive that penalty gain. So it was a painful thing to go through, but we're better now after all the analysis and science we put into the post race analysis of that, and learned some things we could carry forward for other events. Yeah, so pace-wise, after that stop, we are running quicker. We're running, we ran actually a 1:28, which is very fast lap time, really close to our fastest lap time that we posted, and are running more like a 1:20, a 1:21.2, 1:21.3. So opened up our gap a little bit to about a second, which is good. So traffic-wise, the P cars and such are starting to come through. So they just carved another drive-through for the 88, but that's 88 is what? Is that an AM car?
I think that would be a P3 car.
Okay. P2, yeah.
P2.
So they got the failure to serve a penalty.
Yeah. So it is. It's within 4 start-finish crossings. That's what they say here. So that means 3 laps of running. So if you don't serve it within the 3rd, if you cross 4 times, you're done.
Yeah, so you can see some traffic for sure. Cars going through the GT field. All right, 27 minutes away from the 4-hour mark. So gap's growing for us in a good way.
Yeah, they're doing a good job here.
Some of that's, I'm guessing, due to traffic, right? Cars
Traffic. I'm sure they've already instructed Jordan what the goal here was, which is stay in position.
Yeah. Yeah, and we haven't heard any comments from Jordan on the tires on this stint.
Nope,
So,
they changed them at the pit stop, so
yeah,
should be okay. Since we've been green for just about 15 minutes now, the tires should hold for the rest of this stint to the 4-hour mark.
Yeah, so they're calling out to Jordan that got 31 minutes to go here to that 5-hour mark. So yeah, I'm honestly surprised, Tyler. I thought it'd be a little bit more busy with traffic and incidents than it has been. It hasn't been too terrible.
Yeah. How many yellows has it been? 3 so far?
Yeah, I think so, something like that. What's the best way in HH to see how many yellows there's been?
You see, so on the lap
Just count the yellow sections.
Yeah, if you scroll up, you'll see blocks of yellow.
Yeah, so 1, 2, 3, 5 yellows.
5 yellows.
The
5
first
yellows.
one was right at the start.
Yeah. 5 yellows in 3 hours and 30 minutes. That's pretty hefty.
I guess
Although,
so. Yeah.
yeah, Road Atlanta is generally a very yellow heavy race because there's so many cars and so little track space. So the
Yeah,
third
2
position
penalties.
GTD Pro car just got a penalty, as well as the leading GTD car.
Oh, what GTD Pro car was that?
The number 63, which is in third position.
Oh. So, looking to see where the 63 is in the endurance points. So he's down in 6. That's
Yeah,
Iron Horse.
I'm not sure if they raced every race or not.
Yeah, so they have, let's see, 20 points. So that's really not impactful at all. I don't think they have it. So yeah, we really got to watch for that 79 WeatherTech and the 14 Lexus guys.
Yep. So
Yeah, so
Aaron
Tyler,
Brown
you were,
says, "Hi, Tyler." So I say, "Hi, Aaron." Aaron
Yeah,
is
so-
one of our mechanics on the WEC team.
right? Yeah. So yeah, you were up in Michigan, helping out with the GT3 cars, I'm guessing.
Yep. Yeah, we're getting ready for next season already. So
So there's
on the
we
way.
talked a bit about the Sebring test coming up, but there's another test before that. Is in Road America.
The guys are going to Road America here next week, just to nail down some GT3 design work that they've still been doing.
Mm-hmm.
And then the whole team will be going to Sebring after Bahrain, the week
in
after we
November.
come back from Bahrain. That'll be our first time we really get our fingers into this GT3 car as a team. So
Yeah, we talked a bit about that earlier. So the goal there is to have both cars there, all our drivers, cars in full livery, first real test, and then, I mean, the 2023 season or 4 season is really like right on the cusp of happening. You know, the guys were asking earlier, are we excited to have a rest after this race? It's like, man, it's never been busier with everything going on.
yeah, this is quite the season so far. So I think from here on out, the whole team is going pretty much flat out, except for the few holidays we get, all the way to Daytona. There's been a car that looks like it's hit the barrier. It's lost a tire. He's continuing.
Oh, there it is. It's a
Coming
92.
down the S's right now, so turn 4. So Joseph had a question for me. Is it weird watching the race as a fan? Am I doing any armchair quarterbacking in my head? Yeah, I mean, it's interesting watching races as a fan and not being in there. I think Actually, I enjoy being on the timing stand more than I do watching, but it's because of all the information that comes in. So lucky for you guys, I'm here. And then I also have the ability to talk to through chat or even on the intercom if I really needed to, the guys that are currently on the timing stand right now. So if I see anything that they might not because I'm further back from the whole situation, I'll let them know, and then they can use that information to better their race.
Yeah, there's typically, Joseph, when the WEX racing, the IMSA guys are usually tied in somehow, and when IMSA's racing, the WEC guys are in. Like I've been hearing Mark Marini, who's the team manager and does all the WEC stuff this year, chiming in a little bit and keeping an eye on things and helping out. So it's really one team. WEC and IMSA guys, everyone knows, is trying to help each other out. And since Tyler's not doing WEC next year, he's doing IMSA. He's got an extra reason to have an eye on what's going on and these teams and what have you, and these tracks to be and these rules, because the rules are different enough. It can sometimes probably be confusing, right, Tyler? To kind of be jumping back and forth a little bit.
Yep. Yep, totally agree. Steve asked a question on which car I'm going to be on next year. I'm actually not sure yet, so all that has to be nailed down. I'm sure once the driver lineups per car are set, then I'll know which car I'm on.
Yeah, so we still haven't we've announced the 4 drivers, but haven't announced who's going where. And we still have yet to announce the endurance drivers. So, but that's to come. Yeah, Joseph, on the BOP, certainly this year, yeah, we've been good in WEC. IMSA's definitely been more of a struggle for sure on the BOP side. Yeah, so quite honestly, going into this one, I think we were all pretty concerned that we'd be in pretty big trouble here. But surprisingly, our pace is pretty good, considering the level of BOP we have. Indy was an ugly race, really ugly race. So we're glad that here our competitiveness is much better for sure.
Yep. And I think it's worth noting for the BOP and WEC that they do it a little bit different, where they reward basically success ballast to you as you win. So
Yeah.
It seems like the BOP is better, and it's because it rolls automatically and it slows the teams that are quick down.
Yeah. So Sebring, we kind of ran away with Sebring in a big way. And then what was next? Was it a Spa?
Portimao.
Portimao was next, where we won that, but not as handedly. And then Spa, yeah, it was more weight, right? It was Spa third, is that right?
Spa was third, yep.
Yeah, and then more weight was added there, and you could definitely see that impacting us every race more and more. We got second at Spa, right? We did not win Spa.
We did, yep, second in Spa.
Yeah. All right, 20 minutes to go here until this 4-hour mark. Gap is 0.6.
Yep,
So,
they're definitely trying. They're pushing. But I think we are too.
Yeah, we have a pretty big gap at the back. So the Lexus is like right on us right now. And then it's about 8 seconds back to the Porsche.
We just got knocked off track.
Yep. So yeah, watch the TV guys and watch IMCAR. The 14 got by us here, but they're claiming we got a bump off the track. So let's keep an eye on this and see what happens, if we can see it. So they called it in, which means reported it to race control, and are asking them to review it because we feel it's potentially an unfair move. Okay, I think they just a glimpse of it on the screen, but they didn't show the whole pass. Yeah, so TV skipped it. TV did not show the pass. Let's see if we can catch it on the in-car. So the 14 in-car, you can see a lot of crap on the screen. Okay, so on the in-car, I see the 14 is right up on us now. We're on the back stretch. Looks like they're drafting us pretty hard down the back stretch. Now let's see what happens. Pulling out to the right. No. Oh, pulled inside. Oh wow. Yeah, that was a pretty hard jaunt we got on the driver's side door.
Yeah, I mean, generally, race control won't do anything about that kind of reckless driving, unless there's more damage, which is kind of annoying. But
Yeah,
it is what it is. The guys
right.
they're still focusing forward, and they're gonna try and go get him.
Yeah, so gaps opened up to a second. So based on this, we're looking at points here. We have 2 points ahead of the Lexus. That'll close to 1. And then we will still move to a tie with the 79 for a lead there. For
The
tie.
70, yeah. The 79 is still 24 seconds behind us.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and there's several cars between us and them. So I haven't heard anything on tire pressure, so I think we're okay. Okay there. So yeah, it looks like the right front hit our door. And then they did say the Lexus guys were kind of keeping an eye on their right front tire pressure.
Yep, and they're also going to try and save fuel and save tires at the moment. So see if we can put some pressure on them and make them use more fuel.
Yeah, so I'm going to switch switch my in-car to the Corvette now. So yeah, so you're up at the shop working on the GT3 cars, getting ready for the Sebring test, or were you helping get ready for Road America?
For the Sebring test, yep. We were working on our race cars, and then we were also developing some processes for the building of all the customer cars as well.
Yeah.
So that,
so that's right. So the Road America test is still with the test cars. The Sebring test is going to be the first shakedown of our race cars, right?
Yep. Yep. So
And
that'll be the
those-
first time we run what all you guys will see out there next year.
That's right. And are they chassis number 3 and 4 officially?
Officially, chassis 3 and 4.
Yeah. So the chassis numbers are 3 and 4, and the car numbers will be 3 and 4. So that's really cool. Which is typically the tradition too, right?
I believe so. Yep.
Yeah, it's fun. Yeah, we've been so for everyone watching, we've been working on refining the livery and all that. They will be yellow. They look pretty similar to the current car with some subtle changes. I don't want to spoil too much of the livery debut, but they'll look quite a bit the same, but with some subtle changes. Yeah, it'll be nice to have 2 cars back out there instead of the one. So we were talking earlier that the GTD Pro car, field is going to almost double next year, or I think it may be exactly double. And then there's a few teams running 2 cars. We'll be running 2 cars. There'll be 2 Mustangs. Then there'll be they're new, so we'll have new cars. Lexus or the Mustangs will be new. Everyone else is going to be running at least a second-year car, right? The Lexus, the Porsches, they'll all be second-year.
Yeah,
Second-year cars.
I'm not sure about the Lexus. I haven't really paid much attention to their new car, but definitely the Mustangs. Other news is that FAF will be running a McLaren. Yeah, the GTD Pro roster is going to be quite large next year, so it'll be a
Oh wow! So
a
is there
good
going to be
season.
there'll still be a Pro Porsche too, right?
I believe, I would imagine that Porsche will make sure that there's at least 1 or 2 Porsches in Pro.
Okay, so 11 minutes. So they just reviewed one of the incidents and applied blame to a car, but there was not a penalty, and it wasn't our incident. So do we know if they're even reviewing our incident, Tyler?
I doubt they are.
Yeah.
Just knowing
So didn't even
knowing IMSA, if there's nothing that happens, like they'll review it, but they won't even say it on the radio.
they won't be officially reviewed. Just be like,
Right.
look at it, it's not reviewable.
Right, and that's because they won't call it an incident unless something more severe happens.
Yeah.
So if there was damage or we had to pit or something, they would review it. So in that
Tyler,
regard,
there are a ton of people here. It is insanely packed.
really, that's
Um,
good.
Yeah. So even on Thursday, it was really busy, but today was pretty insane. So ton of fans out here, which is great. And then so Brad and I went to the State of the Sport that IMSA puts on Thursday. John Doonan does a little chat. That was pretty cool to see. A lot of positive news, a lot of good news about the series. Streaming numbers are up 40% over last year. TV's up over 20%. Never as many cars, or they tied the most cars ever at Petit, 52 cars. So a lot of positive stuff coming out of that. Everyone's pretty excited about the current state of the sport in the future. So that was really positive.
Yep.
Yeah, and there was a boatload of people there, so all that's good. And holy cow, it's a gorgeous day. 72, perfect temps. Awesome day for racing.
Yeah, I'm glad the weather turned out for the race. I was a little worried that it would be just kind of rainy and gloomy for the entire race. So Steve, I have 4 teams right now at the moment. And any kind of radio scanning comes from the guys in pit lane. They scan who is necessary and let everyone know on the intercom.
Yeah, but you're listening to several channels. We have car channel, crew channel, pit chat. I don't know how many channels you have, but I've got 5, 4, 5.
Yeah, I think I have 6 active.
6. Yeah, so one of Tyler's most incredible skills is he can process information coming from him in 1,000 different ways, on screen, through his ears, whatever. He's watching a lot of different stuff and talking to a lot of different people.
Yeah, I think we talked about that during the VIR broadcast, right?
Yeah.
It's one of those skills that you start learning with race engineering. It's all about the information that you are given or you have access to and how you use that.
Yeah. So yeah, 14 guys have opened up 2 seconds on us. Seems like our gap to the Porsche has been holding pretty steady around 4.5, 5 seconds. And then the 79 is still back there, so it does look like what will happen here is we'll end up tied up with the 79 guys, and the Lexus will be one closer to us. Yeah, everything's kind of fairly spread out traffic-wise. Pretty. We're following into that kind of middle section of the race. Everyone seems to have calmed down, and racing's fairly benign at the moment.
Yeah, at the moment, it looks like we will probably stay in this position for that 4-hour mark. There was a slow Ferrari coming down the S's, but it's picked back up on its pace.
Yeah, so they just radioed to Jordan, telling him 6 minutes left on the stint, or until the 4-hour mark.
I know. I sleep for a while.
And are saying 16-ish more laps on the stint. So pretty much everybody is on the same strategy here. That's on the lead lap. Well, sorry, is everyone on the same lap right now? I think so, right? Everyone in our field.
Yes. Yeah, everyone pit under that yellow, so they're all on the same lap unless they've served penalties.
Okay, that's what it is. Okay, yeah. So everyone's going to kind of start running to the end of their fuel window, or running out of fuel here in whatever, another 15-ish laps, which will be past this 4-hour mark. For about 5 minutes away from. Yeah, so the 14, kind of saving fuel and tires has kind of opened up a pretty sizable gap, which kind of hints at that they got some performance in that car, right? Yeah, and then Joseph's asking about communications, about encrypted communications like text-based and things like that. So, team-wise, you can do anything when you're like not to the car, but when you're in the pits or people back in the shop or whatever. There's no restrictions on communications, but from the pits to the car, you're only allowed, standard over the radio wave frequency. That's kind of monitored in public. So everyone down pit road knows everyone's radio frequencies and is allowed to listen in on anyone's communications, and everyone does. So typically, you are scanning and listening to your competitors to know what's going on and what their strategies. Try to understand what they're doing.
Yep. It also helps if fans want to rent their own scanners and listen in.
Yeah. So that's pretty popular. If you come to the track, you can either bring your own radio and code in all the various frequencies into a scanner. You can go to like the Radio Shack. And does Radio Shack out of business? I think they are, right? The equivalent of a Radio Shack by a scanner. You can program in all the frequencies. You can get all the frequencies publicly. Or like all the teams, listen in to each other. Or you can go to like a racing radios place and rent radios to listen to.
Yep. So, I'd say 2 more laps for the 4-hour mark. Yeah, gap's grown a little bit, 2.3 seconds.
Yep. So it looks like we got probably end up with this second place situation. Not terrible. Alexis picks up a point on us. Not the end of the world.
So that again, that means the 79 and us are tied for the lead, and then the 14 is 1 point back.
So Tyler Phillipson, the slacker, is saying your nickname's the Rain Man. Is this true?
No. Not yet, at least. We have so many smart people at Pratt Miller that I'm not sure if I'm the Rain Man out of all of us.
Yeah, so Joseph, I think it seems like after we kind of gave up the lead, pace kind of dropped off a little bit. So we were running kind of low 121s or low to mid 121s, and that kind of dropped off to high 121s, low 122s. Yeah, and if just looking at lap times, yeah, it does seem like the 14's pretty fast. Looking at sectors, it really looks like sector 1 is where the 14's making all his time. You see that, Tyler?
Yeah, they're surprisingly fast there.
So sector 1. So on the track map, you see that there's kind of 3 colors. You've got that blue section and the yellow section and then the red section. Those are the 3 sectors. We get times on each of those sectors. And the Lexus definitely looks like it. Very clearly, every lap is much quicker through sector 1. Others are a little bit more varied, I would say, right?
Looks to me like they've added extra downforce on the car compared to most of the other cars. So they're very good in sector 1, which is a high-speed corner. And then they're not very good in sector 3, which is mostly straightaway. So that would be my assumption on what they've done. They also manage their performance quite well in terms of BOP. So they always seem to have an extra little bit of pace in their pocket ready to go when they need it.
So Baylor Corvette. So I missed what happened to cause the number 3 to drop to second. So basically we got caught up in some traffic, really allowed the 14 to close in on us. And then the 14 drafted us down the back stretch, made a very aggressive move into 10 with a good amount of contact. Kind of bumped us out of the way on 10A and bumped us off the track and took the lead. It was a little questionable if it should have been reviewed or not. We asked for it to be reviewed. They did not, but we lost the position, unfortunately. And then they since then opened up again. So Brad's down in the pits saying that Tommy's ready to get in the car. He said suited and booted, ready to go. And they just called to Tommy. Called to Jordan 66 to go.
Yep. So the 14 seems to have slowed back down. So they're definitely managing their pace, making sure that they got that points boost for the 4-hour mark.
Yep. So now as it stands, I'm gonna write this down. We've got 4 hours. We have, so it's WeatherTech's at 35. 79 has 35. We have 34. Wait, is that right? Yeah, we're not in a tie anymore. We have 34, and the 14 has 29. No. They have 32. 3. Yeah. So 79 has 35 points now. The 3 has 34 points. The 14 has 33. So 1 point separating the top three.
The 14's pit probably going for an undercut.
Yeah,
Let's see
14
how
in
that
the
goes. Yeah, they must have. It's interesting that they would do an undercut when it seemed like they had a bit more performance left, unless they used up all of their tires to make sure that they got those points.
So Baylor Corvette, are we all maintaining the stream for next year? We're working on some plans for that. Right now, stay tuned. We'll have some fun announcements about what we're doing next year. So they're calling out 5 to go. So so a lot of times in these circumstances, sometimes you'll react to what your competitor is doing. So if he goes in, sometimes you may follow him and dive into to, reduce the advantage of their attempt at an undercut. In this case, we're holding steady with our strategy and are going to run these 5 laps. But they just radioed to Jordan that, he should be pushing, not doing any sort of savings on these laps to make sure that the 14's undercut strategy is minimized.
Yep. So another part of that piece of this puzzle is we still have 6 hours to go. That kind of information on what a 5 or 6 lap undercut would do is important. So it's better for us to do this, then we have a fuel advantage over them, and we understand what an undercut of that amount would do so that we can apply that knowledge later.
Yeah, like in terms of they went in with a gap of XYZ, and we're coming out with a gap of XYZ, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So the gap going in was 2.5 seconds or something like that.
I believe the gap when we had left was just under 1 second. Or I'm sorry, just under 2 seconds when they had pit. The field is so packed together that the 14s dropped all the way down to that 17th in the running order of the GT cars.
Okay, so the debris on the track, so they're calling him to pit this lap. This is the game trying to get him before like it's an official yellow, but I'm sure everybody's doing this.
Yeah.
And looking to come in. So then they just called too that this is going to be a driver change. So time is getting in.
We're in the pits now. Should be about 10 seconds on your live feed. It sounds like the car that made all that debris has made it to a safety zone. So it is possible that we might not get a yellow here.
Which isn't the end of the world, because this is only.
I think it might have been the 14 car, which is who we were racing. It was the 14 car.
Yeah.
That car
Yeah.
it's lost the entire front end.
Yeah,
So
they haven't shown it yet on TV, but
the pit exit in Atlanta is very dangerous. So what has happened is they lost it on their outlap, possibly because of a car that didn't see them coming out of pit lane. It happens every year.
yeah, so everyone pretty much came in on that one in our class.
Yeah,
Or they
there's
did
still a lot
earlier.
of debris there in turn 2, or turn 3. So they may the safety car to clean it up,
Yeah,
but I imagine the way IMSA usually runs it is they'll just clean up all that debris the next time there's a safety car.
Yeah, so they haven't even. Joseph, how do you know the front fell off? I haven't seen the car on camera at all yet. But yeah, the 14 is out. Oh, there.
Here's a replay. Oh. And now it goes yellow. Good. Okay. So this was the guys in the ground played it right. Pit before the full course yellow.
Oh, now they're showing it.
We're still in second position in class.
Yeah, that 62 hasn't pit though.
62 has not pit, so they will need to pit. They're probably they probably have enough fuel just to make this.
Oh, they're in the pits right now. Yeah, I want to see a replay of that. Okay, so on my in-car, they're showing us pitting now.
We are P1 now. Yeah.
Yep. No, I'm saying on the in-car video, I can see us pitting. That's how delayed my in-car is.
Yeah, I think you might be a couple laps behind on your in-car.
I can see if I did the live button again. Yeah, yes, I am. That's right. Okay, they're showing her. Yeah, I can see a replay now. The Lexus crash. So go through the acid. Oh. Yeah, I just nailed one of the signs. Went through the mud. Yep, there we go. Cycle to the front. 62 in second. Now, the way the 62 got second there is because they actually pit on the lap that the yellow was thrown. So they could get their pit stop done with less of a penalty, right? Whereas everyone else pit the lap before where it wasn't, the caution wasn't thrown yet, so people were running faster lap times. Is that correct?
Yeah, if they were in the pits when it went full course yellow and everyone starts to slow down, then they get a benefit.
Yeah, so they jumped to second. So that was all right, so that car, that 62, was in fourth So they went from fourth to second by kind of waiting that out and timing that.
Yeah, I think so. They technically, yeah, they waited one lap.
One lap, yeah. They put it on 156. Oh, I can do that here. All right, I'm going to get a tweet out there really quick here. Oh, gosh. Number 14. All right, where are we? We're 4 hours, 4:17 in.
Yep, 4:17 in. Still have 5 stops remaining.
5 hours. So what's this? What's the endurance championship called? It's officially called the
Michelin Pilot Sport
Michelin
Endurance Championship or something like that.
Michelin Endurance Cup. Get a message out for that too.
Joseph, a 10 millimeter rear wing gurney is also sometimes called like a wicker. Not sure if you're familiar with the little flaps like vertical flaps that they put on the end of a wing on the trailing edge. Helps with downforce generation. Joseph, it really depends on the design of the car. Depending on how clever the aerodynamicists are, you can be better off without one in terms of drag, but it's whether or not you want to minimize drag or optimize downforce. So our cars have gurney flaps most of the time, and then our Le Mans configuration does not have a gurney flap for the GTE car. In the future, I believe all of the cars will have gurney flaps.
All right.
So it looks like the 9 is still in the pits trying to, oh, they just left the pit lane, so they did not lose a lap yet.
They're working on that body.
Yeah, they put that fender back on. Yep, so they made it out, so they stayed on the lead lap.
All right, so we are getting close to halfway. It's nice to be back in endurance racing. Some of these 2-hour IMSA races to go so 2 hour 40-minute races go so fast. This is fun that we're back in endurance racing again. All right. This. All right, have they said anything yet of when they're going to go green here?
Oh, they're still clearing the track.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff out there.
I think they're also taking this chance to block most of the rest of the track as well.
Yeah, so they just called the class for that. They'll do all that anyways, regardless if the track's ready or not.
Yep, they generally leave it towards close to the end of the safety car, so imagine we have 1 or 2 more laps left.
Okay. All right. All right. So yeah, anything interesting, Tyler, in terms of pit windows or anything like that? Everyone's kind of on the same deal here, really.
Yeah.
A couple cars, the 61, 79, they went in a bit early when the 14 did.
Yeah, we're kind of in no man's land in terms of pit window. You wouldn't be able to save and drop a stop or anything. So from here, the guys will probably just try and stay at the pointy end of the field, like you always want to do, and run to the end of their fuel windows. Because there has been a yellow at least every hour so far. I think it's a pretty low chance at this point that we will get to the end of the tank. But this is kind of the time in the race where things will settle down and yellows will be less common, and they'll pick back up at the end.
Yeah, they're showing the highlights. I don't know if they're the highlights or the lowlights of the race on TV. So there's a couple cars that even before going to green spun, hitting the walls and such. It was pretty cold and a little damp in the morning, so those LMP cars struggled a little bit.
Yep. Is this since I wasn't around for the beginning of the race, is this Tommy's first time in the car?
This is, yeah. So Antonio started, then it was Jordan, and now Tommy's in. Yep. Yeah, and rumor is he's gonna do a few stints at least.
Yeah.
All right, let's get this thing going green again. See what happens. So yeah, so guys, I'll just talk for a second about the what you're seeing on the timing scoring screen that we've got up showing you guys. So that's called like H&H software, which is the software that Tyler and all the race engineers use in the pits. It's incredibly configurable. You can see all kinds of stuff. So we try to make a view that's good for you guys, usable. Doesn't take too much space on the screen, so you can see our beautiful faces still, but has some good, insightful stuff. So from the top, there's 2 clocks. So the first clock reading 4:29. That's telling you how much, or it's counting up how much time has happened in the race. And then the one next to it, the 5:30, that's like a countdown clock, seeing how much time is left. The next one's kind of like a stopwatch, it's called. It's basically telling you if we're running or in the pits and what sector we're in. So it says 3, that's just our car number, but the S3 means we're currently in sector 3 of the track. And that 1:45, 46, 47, whatever, that's kind of like a stopwatch kind of clicking up, kind of counting your lap time. Then there's a good old-fashioned standing grids. Or standing grid. We have it filtered to just show the GTD Pro class. You could configure it to show GT AM class and P cars and whatever, but since we're focused on Corvette, we've got it kind of filtered to this. It's got several columns. The first one is position, like in the race, which isn't really that big a deal. The second one, PIC, that's position in class. Number is the car number. Driver is obvious. Lap time is obvious. Lap number is pretty obvious. That's pretty good to know, just to see if everyone's on the same lap or if people are on different laps. Then we have gap in class, so the difference between the different cars. And sorry, Tyler, gap in class, is that to the leader? Or is
That's
that
to the leader of your class.
of your class? Yeah. Okay. So like 7 seconds, whatever there is for that, for the number 61 car.
That would be their gap to us since we are the leader. And
Yeah.
remember, these gaps are live, so it's that time because we're going slowly under safety car.
Yeah, and they get updated at every sector line crossing.
Correct.
And there's 3 of those. Yeah.
Yep.
And then last pit lap, that's the last lap that car pit. That's
Yep.
super useful, so you can see what people's what strategy they're kind of on, if we're all on the same pit strategy or not. Then lower on the left there, that's kind of like a running lap time log. So it's got the lap number, stint lap, that's like how many laps in your stint, which means since you last pit, and then your lap times. And then there's another column further that you can't really see. That is the sector times. So you could see the sectors, but we can't fit them all in because we're showing the track map. Track map's a pretty awesome view. The way we've got that set up is we have the class cars showing as like their numbers. And then if you see really small, there's all kinds of little dots. Those are all the cars on track. And then the ones with outlines are leaders of the various classes. And then the overall leader is the one with kind of that part of the star, that little one. So that's super good to see where everyone is. And then at the bottom of that, it says in pits. That's pretty useful to see who's in the pits and what cars are going. So anyhow, I hope you guys enjoy that and like that. Should help enhance your driving experience or your watching experience. Sorry, I was reading Thomas's comment. Yeah, watching the race in college football. Yeah, awesome. So yeah, I heard the cars come thundering by, so I think we're green again, or maybe not.
Yep. So we are green flag now. We have a buffer of 1 GTD car between us and the 62 Ferrari. We'll
Are we
see how
green now?
long
I still
that
my
lasts.
stopwatches are still yellow. They sound like they're racing.
Yeah, they're racing.
Oh, this is just the first green lap. It doesn't switch over to green until they cross the start finish line, I guess. Yeah, all right, green flag. We have there's a AM car between us and the next pro car, which is nice.
Yep, that's what I was saying. So
Yep.
you have a
little
gap
buffer.
there.
So the 62 car, I wonder if they have I'm guessing they do not have an AM car.
Checking for you right now. No, so there's us, the 14, which isn't racing anymore, the 23, the 79, Yeah, those would be the in-class cars. So the highest other in-car you can get in terms of position is the 79. So I think these are Tommy's first race laps in a while. Sebring, since Sebring.
You're right. Yeah. So yeah, we were talking with Tommy earlier this weekend. He's super excited to be here. Hasn't had race laps in a really long time, but he's been doing a ton of testing, full load of testing and all the GT3 stuff. And he's super excited to come back next year and be racing, full time. So that's going to be really, really cool. So I think we should try to grab Jordan to come on our stream here and hang out with us for a little bit.
Yeah, that'd be fun.
Let me go see if I can.
Hey, is Laura? Is she up here?
She's in the gym. Just like 3 or 4 down.
Up the.
Not in the middle. Down the pits. GM, big trailer, so GM Motorsports. Right. Laura Closet, right? Laura Closet.
Closet.
Yeah, down at the GM.
And where is that?
Just wipe down this spot.
Yes, no.
This spot. On the spot. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So, J roll. Hey. Jordan, when you're done. All right, so he's gonna go eat, and I told him to come in, so he might be a little bit, but I miss. Good restart.
The 59 WeatherTech GTP car went off in turn 2, but came back on. No damage or anything. Just a quick little full 4 wheels off airborne excursion.
No debris or anything.
Nope. I guess it must be built better than the Lexus, huh?
Yeah, so there was another track where the GT car came off in the whole front end. I think it was Sebring. It was the Porsche. Wasn't it the Porsche went off track and the whole nose came flying off?
Yeah, definitely possible.
I think that was Sebring. Yeah, so another thing we were kind of chatting about, Tyler, before is really how hilly this track is. On TV, it looks fairly flat, but holy cow, you get here, and it's something else. It's there's like basically a huge dip in the middle of the piece of the real estate of this track. So if you look at the track on the track map here, how it's positioned. Basically, if you drew a line vertical through the center of it, there's this massive, gully that the track goes through in both directions, and it's significant. And on TV, you can hardly even tell.
Yep. And then pit lane, I guess the front straight is also kind of in its own valley section.
And then, yeah, you're right. There's kind of like 3 valleys, yeah. And the other big one is dipping down by that straightaway there.
And even just the layout of the geography can really change how you have to set up for your race. So
yeah. Okay, they're showing
there's a lot of
car going off.
Yeah, there's that replay. There's a lot of extra tech that you have to use to make sure that your radios operate properly, right? So repeaters that are up on remote locations and everything that you might not think about when traveling to a different place with all these hills.
Yeah. So when we had Andy on during your Fuji race, he came on at like midnight. Maybe it was 10 to midnight and hung out with us. He was awesome. He did a great job. Brad asked him, he's like, hey, what gives you the most anxiety about, a race? Is it the driver or getting in a wreck? And he's like, if it's this damn radios work right.
Yeah.
and just talked about, how important they are and how so much goes into just making them work all around the track and yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, it sounds simple and they should just work out of the gate, but yeah, you're right. There's a lot of tech goes into making sure they actually work. Yeah. And then the fact that you and I can sit anywhere in the world and plug in and listen to them is pretty incredible.
Yeah, it's pretty amazing. It is pretty amazing.
Yeah. Have you seen in F1, there's an app now that you can get that basically does voice to text of everyone's every car's communication. So
No,
you can,
like live?
Yeah.
Wow.
So
I didn't know.
you can, yeah, it's super awesome. So if you any F1 fans out there, it's really, really cool. You can basically get everyone's comms kind of streaming through, which is a lot easier to process if you're trying to watch, every single driver and keep an eye on what's going on and trying to listen to them all. But what most teams do, we talked about scanning radios. What most teams do is they'll assign various people on the teams to listen to the comms and then kind of pass on anything of relevance, because there's just a lot of noise talking back and forth that is irrelevant. But if you hear, hey, they're putting in 5 laps or whatever, like that's pretty relevant. And that's something we want to kind of pass on.
Yep. Yeah, usually we'll break it up. A lot of times it was, 2 cars per person. Usually your performance engineer will scan, team managers will scan, anyone that's available. And you start that off kind of early. And then as the race progresses, you start dropping cars off that don't have any performance or don't really have or offer up any threat to you. So you can start focusing on the ones that do.
Yep. Yeah, so this is kind of nice. We're let's see here, 18 laps into the stint. Tommy's running 120.15, 121.4, 121.2. So he's runs some pretty legit, great lap times. Our gap to second is 2.6 seconds. Is that AM car still between us? I can't tell. Yeah, there's still one AM car between us, right? The 57 between us and the 62. So we got a blocker out there.
Yep.
Which is good. And we're just sailing along.
Yeah, Tommy's doing great so far.
No real traffic out front.
Yeah, he's dealing with some GTP traffic at the moment, which
that's going to be coming around. Yeah.
Yeah, traffic. You'd be surprised how much even a very quick car passing by you can slow your own pace down.
Yeah, because they kind of force you offline, essentially, right? In a lot of cases.
And generally, the slower car drives the racing line and the quicker car has to find their way around, but that doesn't seem to happen as often as it should.
Yeah, I want to check over GTP, see what's going on here. So that 01 Cadillac is really seeming quick, quick today. So if you look at fastest lap times, they're almost a second faster than anyone else.
Yeah.
Right now are running.
They're definitely looking very strong on new tires. The whole GTP rule set is interesting. It's kind of similar to WEC in a way, with the rules that we ran last year, where we had a minimum amount of tires or a maximum amount of tires that did not get you through the entire race. So you end up having to double stint or split up tire sets, and that's part of the challenge.
Got it. Yeah. They have 9 sets of tires for this race, but we've got 13, so they've got to kind of manage that. Yep. So the 25 car, which I was talking about earlier, that's the one that had that incident. They had 2 stop and go penalties, plus had to replace the nose. It's back up to second, and basically, the championship leader. The next car in that battle, so you got 25, then it's the 24. They're down at 6. It's a 12-second gap. And then the other car who was that? That is 30. Where's the 31? So 31. Oh, 31's third.
31's in 7th position right now.
What's going on here? My numbers are jumping all over the place. Oh, now they're in 7th. That was weird. Okay. Yeah, so you got the 25 in second, 10 in 6, then 31 behind. Yeah, right on his butt, basically.
Yep. And then if we want to go and talk about P2 with Ben Keating, our driver in WEC, he's currently running 3rd on the lead lap. They had gone a lap down a couple stints ago, and through that most recent yellow safety car, they were able to get their lap back, so it's good for them.
Yeah, and 26 seconds behind their class leader. Yep, good stuff.
Our gap is pretty steady at this point.
Yep, around 2 seconds. Tommy's laps running 120. Wow, that was 121.7 or 4. Yeah, so yeah, the traffic's kind of impacting them a bit, I'm sure.
Yep.
So what else is going on with the 2024 prep, Tyler?
I think it's worth mentioning that this is not the first time Pratt Miller has done customer cars, like built cars for customers, but I believe it is probably the most recent time that we've run cars kind of concurrently, like the same spec cars concurrently with other teams that will be running the cars that we've built. So pretty interesting there. And Pratt Miller is building the cars building all the customer cars just like they would build any of their pro factory cars. So I actually had my hands on chassis 3 through 6 this last week, getting the first 2 customer cars prepped up just the same as we would our own cars.
Yeah, so that's the 2 AWA cars going to GTD AM or GTD, and then the 2 TF cars, right, going to WEC.
Yep. So the AWA cars are being concurrently built with ours, since Daytona comes quite a bit earlier than the first race in WEC. But the TF Sport cars are right behind those.
Yeah, so we are, although we're not going to be, running those cars as in the race engineers, we are going to be supporting those with engineering and support. So we'll still be pretty involved in those programs, but not quite as engaged as we are here, where we're calling the strategy and et cetera, et cetera. So Daniel Havens is making some comments towards you, Tyler.
Oh yeah. Hi Dan. So Dan's our fueler on the WEC team.
Oh, right on. Yes, Tyler's a nerd. I think that's a compliment. So that's a good thing. Okay. So kind of nice and quiet at the back. That 62 car's holding pretty steady. Behind us, with if anything, maybe closing in a little bit. So we're down to about a second. Yeah, so they've closed in some on the past 4 or 5 laps. Keep an eye on that. So they just ran 22.8. We ran 22.7, so kind of right in the same wheelhouse lap time wise. And so we're about 25 laps into the stint, halfway through, we'll call that. So this track's interesting in terms of where you can pass. Because it's pretty hairy through all those S's, 2, 3, 4, 5, super hairy getting through those, especially if you have to do anything side by side. You can make some passing between 5 and 6. And then 6 and 7, that little short shoot actually is a pretty good passing spot. You can kind of pressure someone getting into 6, so they kind of get out wide or kind of screw up the exit a bit and set them up to get them on 7, right, Tyler?
Yep. Yeah, it's one of the more difficult circuits to pass at, just because there are so little places to pass.
Yeah.
It doesn't stop professional drivers from trying. But
yeah.
with all the yellows, you can kind of see that it doesn't necessarily work all the time.
Yeah. And then getting into 10 is probably the primo passing spot, right?
Yeah, most of the passing that you'll see will be into 10.
Yeah, so you got the long straightaway. You can get a good draft. You come over that hill that they're calling 9. You go through 9 and then down into 10 and you can outbrake. Now, what about getting into 1? That's pretty hairy to pass there, but people do it, right?
I've seen it happen where you can go side by side through 1, and then by the time you get to 2 and 3, the car that had the inside line in 1 will generally be let by. That's pretty hair raising.
Yeah.
But
That's all.
we trust our drivers to do it if that's what they need to do.
Right. Yeah. Yeah, gap was down to 1.2 now, grew up at 1.4, so they're just kind of mostly holding steady here. And that's a pretty big gap back to the 79 there. 9 seconds back to the 79.
Yep.
We
Looks like
still
they must have just passed the 61.
we still have that one AM car, the 57, between us and the 62. And there's quite a few cars. Let's see here. After that, there's three AM cars till you get to the 79. Yeah, so I haven't heard much on the oil stuff or really any chatter over the radio as of late, so that's good. Things are just kind of quiet, and we're just letting Tommy do his job.
Yeah, kind of like what I was saying. This is the point in the race where you just want to keep putting down laps.
And we're doing that. Yeah. So is the 14 out running again? They're still showing last lap 153. Do we know if they're out yet officially?
Let me check.
How do you tell if a car has officially retired?
Race control messages. They say the 14 car has retired.
Where do you see those?
It's either on IMSA's live timing, or there is actually an option for that in HH. It's another display. So they officially retired about 20 minutes ago.
Did they? Okay. So is that race control messages?
Yep.
So that let's see if I can. That works for sure in WEC. I haven't really been able to get it to work for IMSA or whatever. I am something about. And then you look. So for our friends at home, they can go to IMSA TV Live or whatever, or IMSA Timing, right? That's where that one is.
Right, IMSA's live timing, and they don't have like a list of them, I think, but when they do pop up, they'll show for a little while. Yeah, so that's IMSA.com/scoring. And where do they post? At the bottom or something? I do believe they pop up near the bottom.
That was it, yeah.
So we got a question about if we're running a fairly normal pit strategy, what percent are you running fuel save versus all out? It really depends on how much you need for what you want to do. So a normal pit strategy, at least in my mind, would be no fuel save. That would just be we're pushing the whole way through. So if we're looking to save and add a lap to a stint, we would calculate out what percentage needs to be saved. And it's different for every track. So not too sure what they're running right now, but I don't think we are fuel saving.
All right. That gap's up to 2. It's like cars are spreading out a lot more. So the further we get into the stint, the more the cars are smeared all around the track. We definitely have a good smearing, I would say, right now.
Yep. So looks to me like we could have a pit stop here in around 15, 16 laps. If we get there, it'll be the first green pit stop.
Yeah, we're 30 laps into this one. Yeah.
Yeah, 30 laps with what is that, about 8 or 9 laps of yellow?
Yes.
Yeah, 10 laps of yellow. So that's effectively 6 laps of green in terms of fuel burn. So what that means is we get 4 extra laps on the end of our stint, if you're just counting lap number.
Right. Yeah, so our longest stint, it's 40, was our last stint, and still we had planned to kind of run longer. But because of the cautions have been conveniently timely. So they've been kind of at the end of stints, which has been most of them kind of good.
Yep. Generally, there's a bunch of math that we do behind the scenes to be able to give ourselves more information on whether or not we should pit if it goes yellow. So
right.
If it goes yellow and you're near the end of a stint, it's, unless you're trying to go off strategy, it's usually a benefit.
It's a move to do. Yeah. Man, I can't believe it's almost 5 o'clock already. It's coming up on 5. Well, a good portion of this race is under the dark. So 7 p.m. is sunset. So we got 3 hours of night running tonight. Yeah, some more P cars coming by. And that would look clear for a bit. That 57 and 62 pretty close behind us.
Yep, they're just sticking with us. So it's like we're dragging them along, and then there's 5-6 second gap behind that.
So do you feel when you come back to IMSA, you'll be pretty well calibrated on the rules and regulations? Because you were mostly IMSA up till a couple of years ago, right? Or was it just this year or last year you did IMSA?
I've done IMSA.
Or sorry, when? So it was the last couple of
Yeah.
years you were in WEC, right?
Yeah, so I've been in IMSA since 2014, and then it's been WEC for the last 2 years. So yeah, I'll have to brush up on the rules, but it should be.
It's more like coming home, and WEC was the oddball, right?
Yeah. The WEC one, we always had a group of people that we always double checked the rules against. So everyone had their own kind of knowledge that they stuck to. In IMSA, even if I forget a little bit, there's plenty of people to lean on.
Yeah, versus that everyone having the rule book up and highlighted, and you need to double check everything. Well, and then Le Mans this year, they did the different stuff with the wave by pass around deal, and then decided to kind of follow it and kind of not, which was added to the excitement and the drama, right?
Yeah, they definitely made it more difficult than they needed to, but I'm glad they did because it helped us. We were able to utilize at least one of those yellows, those safety cars, to get a lap back.
So they
Sounds like
So
there's a slow car.
yeah, I think it's us. Yeah, so it sounds like the engine died, guys. Turn 3. Yeah, turn 3. We're off. And Tommy said the engine died. So not good. So let's see if we can see it on the in-car.
Yeah, no word from the crew in pit lane what they think this is.
Yeah, so all the engineers are going through the data trying to figure out what's going on. I don't think it's a blown engine, from what I'm hearing, but we don't know for sure until we get it in. Yeah, sorry guys, we're just listening to the radio here, see what we can learn here.
Tommy said he's just finding out. He's finding out.
Okay, they're showing it on camera. Oh, you can see it smoking a little bit. Oh, maybe could be fatal. We'll see. But yeah, so it's on TV now. You can see the car up there. Yeah, it could be fatal, but too early to tell.
Yeah. Doesn't sound.
That sounds super good. So there are a lot of sensors in the engine. I will just say that everything's got a sensor on it. So they're kind of going through all the channels right now, trying to figure out what sort of clues, what the clues are. So Charlie, what happened is the engine gave out going up the hill into 2. Yeah, it is 2, right, Tyler? Where that car is, I think.
Yeah.
And then they're gonna flatbed it back to the pit so we can see what's going on. So what's going to happen now is they'll bring the car back to the garage, and the guys will head over there and start working on it. So let's see if I can get a hold of Brad, see where he's at.
Yeah. So once they get the car to the garage, they'll pull the logged data, which has even more channels and fidelity than what we get over telemetry. They'll be able to pinpoint what's wrong, and then they'll also be able to get eyes on it. It could be coupled to the oil issue that we were seeing through the race.
Yes. Yes. Sorry. All right. Let's see if we can, what we hear here. So yeah, they are showing the pits, showing our pits here. You can see a lot of people looking at data. We have typically 5 or 6 people with the telemetry data that can be looking through it. And in a case like this, I'm sure everyone's jumping on and trying to help learn anything we can. And then all the channels you look at, based on time. So what you'll do is kind of see if you can see, one thing happening first, and then that spirals into other things to kind of give you a clue as to what caused what.
Yeah. So I did hear that the engine NOx sensors were maxed out at the time of this failure. So.
See, I can see the car. I think it's getting, you can. So if you're watching the in-car, you can see it on the roll line. Look out the window. So it is en route back to the garage, or the paddock, I should say. Yeah, so on TV they're talking about next year's schedule, which has some changes, along with actually different races in this the Endurance Cup. So next year it's 1, 2, 3. It's 5 races. This year it's 4, right? And that's because Indy's going to be 6 hours, right?
Correct. 6.
Yeah.
It might be
Or was
8.
it
No, I think the SRO race at Indy is an 8 hour, so that might be why I'm thinking of it being 8, but it could be. So yeah, 4 endurance races, 5 endurance races.
5 now? Yeah, it's 4 now. Yeah, they added Endurance, so that's fun.
Yeah, it should be more reminiscent of WEC for me.
Yeah, because every race is 6, right?
6
Nothing shorter
more.
than 6.
And I do like them.
Yeah. So if you look at the in car, you got a nice
we're
view
entering
of us on
turn
a
10.
flatbed. Yeah.
So the guys will be able to get their hands on that data here soon.
Yeah.
Prototype pit stops happening now.
Yeah. So as you watch the in car, you can see it's a good view of all the fans up there, in various spots. And then it'll be actually kind of neat. You'll be able to see it roll right down into the pits or in the paddock. Yeah, so this is a good view, guys, of pit entry. I don't know if you guys are synchronized with me. So the pit entry is pretty wild, actually. You go through 10 and basically into 12, dropping down the hill, and you have to kind of dive in on the right, and then you drop down, super narrow entry. And then, yeah, you can see it turning off. Is your in-car sunk up with mine, Tyler? Do you see it just pulling into the paddock right now, the IMSA trailer?
I think I might be a little bit ahead of you.
Okay.
We're passing the 1 and 61 cars.
Should I go inside the trailer and wave?
I think it's probably there at this point.
Yeah, I think you're right. This is a couple minutes behind. Yeah, so we're not hearing anything on the radio. So guys have definitely dropped the headsets and are down in the pits.
Yep, I've lost my timing and scoring as well because it's not being distributed on the network anymore.
Oh, are you plugged into basically the track network and all that?
Yeah, so I get mine
pit
from
lane network.
Yeah, I get mine from one of our guys in pit lane, and he's probably unplugged going to the car.
Right. Yes, if you're watching the in car, you got a good view of what it's like to kind of walk down through the paddock. Yes, and now you can kind of see the car right outside our paddock area. Yeah, Michael's commenting. Okay, the in-car piggyback cam is sadly kind of cool. I agree. It's kind of fun to watch, but this is not fun, obviously.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. If anyone that's watching's never been to a race, it's a pretty cool walk to walk down into the paddock, and any level of ticket gets you there. So
That's right.
that's what it looks like with everyone's trucks and tents set up. And
yes, yeah, it's full. We were talking about that earlier. It's full access. Full access. So Joseph's chiming in. Welcome back, Joseph. Not so good news. So we were coming up through 1 into 2, and the engine cut out. And the car stopped outside of 2. Couldn't restart it. So they loaded on a flatbed. Took it back to the paddock, and it's about to get unloaded to take a look at. So we're not sure if we're done for the day, but there's a good chance we are. Yeah. Yeah. So we're kind of waiting to hear for sure what's going on. So Joseph, yeah, hopefully for a win for Jordan. Yeah, absolutely. We were too. So it looks like the car is it moving? Are we coming off? Looks
yeah,
like
it's coming off the rollback now.
Yeah.
In other news, looks like 2 Cadillacs are at the front of the GTP field. So we've got the 01 leading, and then the 31 in second position.
Yeah, I want to switch over to that. Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Cadillac, Acura, Porsche, BMW. It's like they lined them all up.
All right, covers up the back. So there's, what do you see? I see Ben Bodie and them just kind of pushing it in right now. Or is it already parked for you?
I think it's parked. I think the tent might be taken down
Yeah,
already.
the tent's down, yeah. Yeah, so what they'll do is they'll try to get plugged into it as quick as possible, like you said, to get that high rate data and open it up and look for. Sorry, I missed that, Tyler. What did they say?
They have the data.
Okay.
The data's downloading right now. So
Okay.
Steve said,
going to the NAS. That's what. Yeah.
yeah. Steve said the crew's already taken down the tent. Yeah, Steve. I imagine they wouldn't have taken it down if the weather was looking bad, but yeah, at least they get to work in the sun at the moment.
Yeah. So Steve, they were taking the tent down. As soon as they got the car like kind of gridded and all that, they started taking all that stuff down and packing up a little bit. Yep. And I actually asked, "Is like, hey, if the car's to come back to get work done, do you still have everything you need?" And blah blah. Like, oh yeah, we just we get our toolbox and whatever, and we're good. So yeah, you can see the toolbox is there and out, and they've got what they need to work. No. So nothing, no word yet. No word yet if it's done or not. So we'll hold on here.
I think I see Brandon sitting out there.
Yeah, it's Brandon.
So I would imagine that they have a couple of guys working pretty hard out in the back of the car.
Yeah.
There's just so little space back there. You can't have
Camera.
too many cooks in the kitchen, right?
Right. Yeah.
Michael asked, does the software point you to the problem or do you have to find it? Guessing there's a ton of data to go through. Yes, Michael. So there's hundreds and hundreds of channels that come just from the engine. So we have, GM has drivetrain engineers that are monitoring it. And they'll be combing through the data to see if they can find the problem. So there's not like a pre-programmed, this is the issue. They have to do quite a bit of analysis on the data to get there.
Yeah. So what they'll try to like put a story together based on time, right? Kind of look for things that don't look normal and see what the first thing is that wasn't normal. That's kind of the clue, right?
Yep. So Shipley, yeah, it's kind of rough, but what that does do is when we eventually win it, it makes it all that much better.
Yeah, a lot of the Corvette celebrities are out there. You've got Jim Campbell from GM there. There's Gary Pratt. There's Doug Feehan, Brand Widmer, our CEO Matt Carroll. So I'm kind of waiting and watching to kind of see what's happening here. All right.
No change to the GTP field yet. Looks like Ben Keating's car is still in third position on the lead lap, 2.5 seconds out of the lead.
Yeah, so right now with that Wheeling car back up there, that's the championship leader.
Yep. And AWA, since we know that they'll be doing Corvettes next year, they're doing pretty well right now. They're in second position in their class, 3 seconds behind their leader.
Good. Yeah, not a lot of hopeful faces, Joseph. I agree. Not looking good. We'll wait here till we get the official word. See what's going on. Oh, there's Brad on the right side there. Oh, there's someone from Radio Le Mans there. Brad's messaging me right now. So yeah, still not officially done. They said they're going to look at the data.
I'm going to pop off here for a moment.
Yeah, go for it. Yeah, nothing official, guys. I'm saying they're going to look through the data, see if they can see if there's anything salvageable. And I'm sure the guys are physically looking at it. But of course, an engine's kind of hard to. Everything's internal, so the data is probably pretty your most useful thing. Yeah, Joseph, a window in the block that you can just look in. Yeah, that'd be nice. Yeah, so looking at the other stuff, where are we? We're 4 hours left in this race. This battle for the championship's pretty real at the moment. So the 31 looks pretty healthy at the moment with 10 of Ricky Taylor behind. So we'll keep an eye on that. Not looking good.
Yeah.
So we can still on here and still have to keep an eye on things. But not looking so good at the moment. So it does look like, yeah, the 79 is going to have pretty good control of this race. 63, 22, Austin are in there too. So who knows where this is going to race? It's going to end up. All right, Tyler. So I think what we should do, I say we drop off here, and we'll provide an update on Twitter when we know what's going on, and in the small likelihood it is that we can get back running, we can get on later. So yeah, I think we can wrap up. Unfortunately, hopefully we'll see you later, but it's not looking good at the moment. So everyone who joined in today, thank you. Was going really well there. Setting up nice, but towards the end here, fortunately, I think we got an engine failure we're not going to be able to recover from. But again, if we can, we'll be back on. Thanks everyone who joined on. Thanks everyone who participated. Tyler, thank you for coming in and hopping on and being a part of it too. So hopefully this isn't the end. Hopefully we'll talk to you later. We still have one race left for the year, where Tyler's gonna be over in Bahrain, right?
Bahrain, yep.
Yeah. Bahrain, and that'll be the official end. But this will be it for IMSA most likely. And yeah, Mike, next year we're gonna have a pretty exciting deal at IMSA. We're excited for the 2 pro cars and all that. So anyhow, thank you everyone, and yeah, hopefully we'll talk to you later. If not, we'll see you at Bahrain. So and thank you, Tyler.
Yeah, thanks everyone.
All right, talk to you later.